Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Alisha Collins, and I am the Creativity Catalyst at Brilliant Labs, where I also lead the Biomaking Initiative.
Et moi, je suis Natacha Vautour, puis je travaille avec Labo Créatif comme directrice de programmation, mais je suis également une pédagogue.
Brilliant Lab is a nonprofit organization based in Atlantic Canada that aims to empower children to explore their creativity with new technologies and to spark a socially responsible and sustainable entrepreneurial mindset.
Donc, les labos créatifs, c'est un organisme à but non lucratif basé au Canada Atlantique. Puis nous, notre but, c'est vraiment de donner de l'énergie et du pouvoir à nos jeunes étudiants pour pouvoir créer un monde avec des technologies puis un monde pour innover.
John, can you do next slide, please?
Oh, yes, sir.
Of course, yeah.
Donc, au début, les labos créatifs, on se concentrait principalement sur les compétences numériques et le codage. Mais au fur et à mesure qu'on a avancé, on a commencé à travailler avec la fabrication en milieu naturel et aussi, dans les dernières années, avec la biofabrication qui a été initiée par ma collègue Alisha.
So initially, when Brilliant Lab started, the focus primarily was on digital fabrication and coding and computing. But over time, maker-centered learning became our primary focus. And we started including natural making so that youth can connect with nature and build with nature. And now, since past year, we started to explore this blend of digital fabrication and computational making and natural making, and introduced more biomaking to explore bio-design adventures with young people and teachers and everybody in the community. Next slide, please. Okay, so the question that we're all exploring is, why is it so important to introduce biomaking to young people? As the saying goes, bio is the new digital. Around the world, people are exploring to bring new biotechnology adventures outside of research labs into more community spaces. We all wouldn't be here at the Global Community Bio Summit if that didn't happen. And it's beautiful, not just scientists, but artists and engineers and designers and hobbyists. Everybody is exploring biodesign or biomaking to explore these new biological systems, work with living matter, design sustainable projects, and explore new ideas to make the community better. But what about children? Do they really have, and I'm talking about every children, like across the world, do they really have these opportunities to use biomaking as their creative medium?
Donc, partout dans le monde, on parle de la biofabrication. Donc, pourquoi est-ce qu'on veut travailler la biofabrication avec les jeunes? C'est important parce qu'on parle beaucoup de biotechnologie, puis ça passe des grandes technologies et des grands laboratoires à de la recherche dans la vie de tous les jours. On parle d'artistes, de concepteurs, des ingénieurs, des amateurs qui exploitent la puissance des systèmes de matériaux biologiques vivants pour résoudre des problèmes critiques et concevoir des produits durables et même faire de l'art. Mais qu'est-ce qu'il y en est des enfants? Il ne faut pas oublier nos jeunes enfants. Est-ce qu'ils ont vraiment la chance, eux, et l'occasion d'exprimer leur créativité avec la biologie? Donc, la biofabrication, ça permet aux jeunes créateurs de bricoler avec de la matière vivante et de concevoir des projets en explorant les systèmes biologiques complexes et de manière pratique.
Next slide, please. So we started our biomaking initiative just last summer in 2020, and the focus is to empower young people to explore their curiosity with these complex biological systems, as Natacha mentioned, and explore beautiful things in nature and make meaningful projects. And we see three aspects of biomaking in our work: biomimicry, a process in which young people design projects inspired from nature; biocollaboration, where they collaborate with living creatures like bacteria, algae, silkworms, and mealworms to design something. And then lastly, biofabrication, where they invent new bio-derived and more biodegradable materials and products using living cells and creatures as living factories.
Donc, nous, dans notre travail, on travaille beaucoup avec des jeunes enfants. Puis, au cours de l'été 2020, on a donné le coup d'envoi de notre nouvelle initiative de biofabrication. On a mis 3 aspects de la biofabrication en place avec des élèves. Donc, le biomimétisme, où on voit que les jeunes conçoivent des projets en s'inspirant de la nature pour différentes façons de faire. On a vu la biocollaboration où les jeunes travaillaient à demander de l'aide à des êtres vivants comme des bonnes bactéries, des champignons, des vers de farine, des vers à soie et des systèmes pour vraiment créer et concevoir quelque chose. Puis la biofabrication qui consiste à inventer des nouveaux matériaux et des nouveaux produits biodérivés et biodégradables en utilisant des cellules vivantes comme vraiment des usines de manufacture. Donc, au départ, on avait organisé des ateliers virtuels gratuits pendant tout le Canada atlantique, pendant la pandémie, avec la fermeture. Donc, on a continué pendant l'année suivante à proposer des ateliers après la classe. Quand les élèves sont retournés à l'école, nous, on offrait tout de même des sessions après classe où les jeunes ont reçu des trousses de fabrication pour travailler avec les produits biologiques. Et dans chaque trousse, il y avait les matériaux de l'équipement de protection individuelle pour réaliser des expériences à la maison. On comptait sur les parents pour vraiment aider avec les élèves à la sécurité, puis aussi on les contactait régulièrement pour donner des suggestions sur les protocoles de biosécurité à la maison. Au cours des expériences, les élèves ont pu explorer toutes sortes d'activités pratiques facilitées virtuellement à l'aide de nos mentors. Puis, le programme était destiné aux jeunes de 10 à 13 ans. Il était intéressant de voir faire de la biofabrication à la maison avec leurs parents, leurs jeunes frères ou leurs jeunes sœurs. Nos plus récentes sessions de camp d'été de biofabrication se sont déroulées à l'extérieur pendant l'été avec différents protocoles de distanciation sociale.
So our initial focus was how to bring biomaking to everybody's home. So we started offering these free virtual workshops as after school and summer camp. And we sent the students or children with a biomaking kit and personal protective gear, and regularly stayed in contact with their parents so that we can communicate to them about proper biosafety protocols. And all the sessions were facilitated by our mentors who we trained, and the resources were available for the participants to explore later and design their projects. Or even though we offered these sessions to children aged 10 to 13 years, it was so interesting to see everybody like at their house joining. They joined with their younger siblings and their parents. So it became more like a family makerspace. And it was so beautiful to explore that they're doing biomaking at home. Go to the next slide, please. And soon after the success, these workshops were very well received, and it was interesting to see we got more participation from girls. It was around 80%. So that's another interesting, even though it was an elective people chose, it was very interesting to see representation from girls doing these activities. And after the success, we wanted to bring this to public schools. We started asking question, how do we scale this? And that's where we started. If you go to the next slide, we have an image there. We catered to 14 classrooms, around 320 students. And again, this is a part of pilot project where we brought all these making with living things and materials into their classroom. And we provided them biomaterial kit, just like the camps, and facilitation resources and support so that every child in their classroom could explore these things and have the power and creative freedom.
Donc, après qu'on a eu beaucoup de succès avec nos camps après-classe puis nos camps d'été, on a apporté notre programme pilote de biofabrication dans les écoles. On a eu plus de 320 élèves qui ont participé à notre premier pilote, mais avec ça, il y avait 4 activités qui étaient montées pour faire en salle de classe. C'était vraiment informel, mais on a créé les ressources bilingues en français et en anglais qui étaient accessibles aux enseignants et aux étudiants également. Et on a offert l'accompagnement tout au long du projet pilote avec eux, en plus de fournir les matériaux. Puis, tout ça était dans le contexte des objectifs de développement durable des Nations unies, mais aussi, on a dû les adapter avec leurs programmes d'études respectifs pour chaque école, ça varie beaucoup. Next slide.
All right, thank you. So I know we have very little time left, but as Natacha was talking about, when we brought this, we wanted the whole content to be more culturally relevant. So we decided to offer these sessions in both English and French. That's why we are doing this presentation in both languages. But there were some other challenges when we think about local context, local materials. So as we were introducing these activities that you can see on the slide, and these are not novel activities. We are building on the work of the global community and just bringing this, curating these experiences into the classrooms, connecting with United Nations Sustainable Development Goals so that youth have the power to become change agents in their communities. And as we are still working on this project, we are exploring these different challenges, such as not having enough dedicated space in the classrooms. Even though we wanted to bring biomaking in schools, we didn't want it only restricted to science labs. We wanted it to be part of more interdisciplinary experiences. So we are still navigating these challenges, how to work with local materials, bring in more local context, work with teachers to create spaces so that the projects can continue growing over long term. And we are also working on a guide, an illustrated guide that can empower facilitators and educators around the world to pursue this in their learning context.
Donc, pendant notre projet pilote, on a travaillé plusieurs activités et on continue d'en ajouter, mais on n'a pas fait ça seul. On est vraiment partie de la communauté qu'on a avec le BioSummit et toute la communauté biologique de la planète pour nous aider avec les différentes activités qu'on a là. On a travaillé beaucoup pour s'inspirer de la communauté, mais on a aussi travaillé à régler les différents défis auxquels on a été confrontés pendant l'application du projet pilote et aussi le travail en salle de classe, parce qu'on ne voulait pas que ça soit seulement pendant les cours de sciences. On voulait vraiment avoir une interdisciplinarité. Puis on voulait que les enseignants voient passer la science et aller un petit peu plus loin, comment on peut fabriquer avec ça en salle de classe.
I'm really sorry, I really don't want to interrupt you, Natasha. That's time just now. I'm really sorry about that. Really enjoying listening to you there, but we have room on. Oh, it's right at the very end. I'm sorry, Natasha.
We're almost done.
Sorry, Pal, but we have we've got to find you. We have lots of time for Q&A at the end, so anything that comes up, we'll show us lots of things in the chat. So thank you for that.
Okay.
Next, thanks, guys. Our next speaker is Sahib. Are you ready, Sahib?
Oh yeah, it's Sahib. I'm ready. Yeah.
Oh, Sahib, I'm sorry, mate. Great to meet you. Okay, cool. Well, whenever you're ready.
Hey everybody, my name is Sahib. I'm a high school intern at Countercultural Labs in Oakland, California, and I'll be presenting BioArtBot, which is basically a project that I joined about 1.5 years ago under the mentorship of Mr. Tim Dobbs. Next slide. Right. So when I first joined CCL about 1.5 years ago, it was basically a completely new environment and nothing about what I learned in school basically applied to the lab. In reality, the experiments that we do in school and the things that we learn in school have very little connection and have very few parallels to actual lab work. And I would have it would have been very welcome to have a very lab-like experience inside school to help me. Because what happened is I entered CCL with a preconceived notion of what lab work should be and what lab work is. And I couldn't have been further from the truth. Next slide. So this is an animated slide, so you have to keep clicking. So there's 5 images. So basically, for those of you who weren't here last year, OpenTrons is a BioArtBot project. Basically a BioArtBot project. It's built around this robot called the OpenTrons OT2 robot. And the robot can deposit and pick up specific volumes of liquid and deposit in specific areas with stunning accuracy. And what we did is we filled the media that the robot was transporting with bacteria that had specific pigmentation. As you can see in the bottom left image, we have various bacteria media. And in the middle image, University of California, you can see how we use the fluorescent yellow bacteria and purple pigmented bacteria in order to create bioart on the LB agar plates. Additionally, we use the OT2 robot to run experiments like the one you can see on the bottom right. This is an experiment that me and Mr. Dobbs made in order to test which media was the most efficient for the BioArtBot to use. Next slide. So essentially, this is the user interface that anybody with internet access can access via bioartbot.org. You can see the grid there, and you can choose from the 5 colors that we have, and you can build any and design any plate that you want. Essentially, that is submitted to us, and in the user interface to the right, we export it and we upload it into the robot and run it to the prints, and within a week or 2, we'll email the results back to you. Next slide. So I would like to talk about BioArtBot for education and go back to essentially what the preconceived notion that I had of what schools should be and what labs should be. I realized that I actually didn't like biology that much in school, and like what we learned in the textbook was very different than what we actually would learn in the lab. And there were no hands-on elements either in middle school or high school that dealt with what the actual work was supposed to be like. So BioArtBot can empower students to learn biology outside of their textbooks through hands-on biology and biotechnology. And that is why BioArtBot should be part of the curriculums in schools, because it provides students with a glimpse of what real lab work is like. Next slide. So furthermore, it nurtures a greater understanding of biology, computer science, scientific method, and wet lab skills, all of which I did not have before I joined CCL. Next slide. And by introducing BioArtBot to schools, we can reach out to teachers and students who cultivate a cohort of multidisciplinary skills that can be applied when students graduate from high school and enter college. BioArtBot has the capability to lead more students down the roads to biotechnology from an early age and spur the creation of more labs. Next slide. Thank you, and please spread the word about BioArtBot. You can create custom plates for free, and please visit bioartbot.org. Share your feedback and contact info@counterculturelabs.org if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Sahib. That was awesome. I wish I could make the slides as lovely as yours. We have our, so if you have some questions for Sahib and things, Sahib will have some time at the end for that. Our next speaker is, Alan Barrera. So Alan, are you ready to do your presentation?
Yes, I'm ready.
Great. Lovely to meet you, mate. All right. I'll give you the floor, my friend.
All right, nice to meet you all. Okay, so let's begin with the next slide. The next slide, please. Okay, thank you. So, okay, everyone. So, and the previous slide, please. There, thank you. Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Alan Barrera, and I will be talking about the importance of cultural relevance in the educational implementation of synthetic biology. I held a hands-on SymBio workshop alongside UTEP faculty and doctoral students that instructed and taught our participants. We used a variety of teaching approaches to better inform and give chances to experience what the field is all about. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so upon teaching synthetic biology, we decided to use culturally relevant pedagogies to connect the lessons with the participants, which in turn allows us to overcome obstacles of applying SymBio education practices and a chance to use speculative design relevant to the area of practice. Just to look at each of these points more closely, cultural relevance was applied by asking our participants about their knowledge and experiences in synthetic biology. For instance, we explored their thoughts on how the local communities would perceive the advancement and use of products, but we also thought about the possibilities of what the field could do for us as a community and at a personal level. As for SymBio education in practice, while we think about these cultural relevant possibilities, we're also conscious that an educational implementation of synthetic biology still needs to relate their current applications and practices to everyday experiences. So there is a gap to fill regarding how learners can relate and internalize what is being taught to them as something meaningful. We used a speculative design to connect this gap. We implemented activities that allow learners to connect relevant issues within their communities to what is currently possible. Next slide, please. Our workshop included 3 phases. The proof of concept phase, which involves standard biomaker, involve these activities. The design application phase, which allowed participants to connect those activities with more meaningful aspects of their lives and cultures. And the speculative design phase, where participants engaged in a critical analysis of problems and solutions relevant within their area. If we look at these phases more closely, the proof of concept phase featured 3 laboratory resources for learning: Oh, That Smell, What a Colorful World, and Golden Bread. All of these activities had the participants learn firsthand how to use synthetic biology tools, and the field that generally encompassed, as can be seen from the proof of concept. As for the design application phase, the learners were able to make creative designs with What a Colorful World resource. The participants were able to create a petri dish art with strains that were inoculated by them to change colors. That process took only a couple of days. With the Golden Bread, participants were able to make their own cookies with multivitaminic G strain that they created on petri dishes. After the participants learned about synthetic biology, they were tasked to create a PowerPoint slide where they used a speculative design approach. They focused on certain aspects within the El Paso locale that could be improved with the help of synthetic biology products that participants came up with or discovered. For instance, the synthetic tree, which would potentially be able to absorb the excess of water on the streets during monsoon season and then purify it for our own use. Mold No More took notice of the mold within important public spaces such as schools that unfortunately serve as fertile grounds for various types of mold during the summer, which are potentially dangerous to us. Luckily, mold detectors can be used to solve that very same problem, but their use would need to be normalized in these places. Next slide, please. So here are a few things we can determine upon using these approaches in our workshop. Learners were able to engage in problem-solving activities, which is important in life science. This requires the identification, prioritization, and creation of theoretical solutions. Speculative design served as an extension activity that resulted in diverse project outcomes and that were related to their personal interests. This approach engaged learners in thinking outside the box, both critically and creatively. And during speculative design, learners could also problematize critical issues in their community. Learners were then able to apply theoretical solutions to improve the lives within these communities. These were my notes and my conclusion. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, Alan. That was awesome. I love hearing about all those projects. So we have our, I think, last speaker of the session now, which is Minerva. Are you ready, Minerva?
Yes, I'm ready. Thanks, John.
Awesome. Great to hear from you. Okay, well, I'll let you have the floor.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Minerva Castellanos, and I have an interesting story with BioSummit because I have been participating since 2017, and basically Cynthia, one of my projects, started in BioSummit. So can you help me with the next slide? Well, during my first year, I just had the idea that I wanted to do something to democratize education and SynBio for Latin America. And I started with my team, Cynthia, building open hardware equipment that were focused to teach in high schools in Mexico and other parts of Latin America. But during this year, we learned that the schools needed also the educational content aligned with programs and also their own kind of educational programs aligned with the government. So we passed from equipment to an educational platform in which we offer content, but also the kits and materials that probably schools will need during the hands-on experience and practices. So in Cynthia, this is what I do. We have created some equipment, but also the genetic engineering kits. And now we have launched a pilot in one of the cities of Mexico, in Guadalajara, with 60 girl students from high school testing our new learn content. So can you go to the next slide? This is how it looks. We are testing this model, but we're trying to also work this in collaboration with the high schools, starting to implement also what they need from other areas like fabrication, and trying to have this content aligned with the use of the makerspace they have. So this is what I do with Cynthia. But today I want to tell us about iGEM Design League. So next slide. And why iGEM Design League? Well, I have been an iGEMer since 2013. And with my team, Cynthia and other friends of this community, basically we run this new program from the iGEM Foundation, but focused in Latin America. I think we found some interesting shared vision and goals with the idea of giving more accessible tools for synthetic biology. So this year we launched a pilot program to a new competition about SynBio, but focus on the design step of the synthetic biology cycle. So next one. And well, iGEM, what is iGEM Foundation? I think is one of the most interesting organizations related with synthetic biology, because it's been raising a lot of students to become synthetic biologists all around the world, working in local problems. So the idea of this was to have our own regional competition, taking in consideration the barriers that we have. For example, we noticed or we mapped that normally our teams had difficulties with lab spaces, access to infrastructure, and also the time cycle was too long depending on biologics from other countries. So we designed iGEM Design League to take those projects in just the design level and making partners with other labs to continue with the build and test of those projects from the students. So next slide. And the other next one, please. I already said that. And the difference, or one of the things that we created was also an iGEM Academy. And what is an iGEM Academy? It's a platform where we have top speakers and pioneers exploring or sharing about synthetic biology in different areas like entrepreneurship, design by biology, social impact. And the idea is to inspire students, to inspire professors to be part of this new ecosystem where we want to do a change in the bioeconomy of Latin America. So next slide, please. We have invited some top speakers to have some lectures, workshops, but also inspirational sessions to the students. And this is an open platform. So I would like to share with you, and you're invited all to sign up, and you can have access to an amazing website where you can find videos of George Church, Megan Palmer, Maria Chavez, and a lot of people from the synthetic biology community. So next slide. And I want to ask your help, Alan, John, sorry, to present that video. It's really short, I promise.
Future look like if local people solved local problems everywhere? Can we reduce food waste? Can we stop climate change and preserve biodiversity? Can we better track diseases and live healthier? At iGEM Design League, we are building a better future now. We are a competition enabling Latin American students to design with biology, proposing solutions through a synthetic biology framework. We believe anyone can do it. You don't need to be an expert. We created Eigen Academy, an educational platform to kickstart your synthetic biology journey. You don't need a laboratory. We believe biology is designable. Our approach encourages you to prototype biology from your computer. You don't need extensive resources to start. This year, 480 Latinos and Latinas embraced the challenge. We are 25 teams from 8 countries designing with biology. We know design is the first step. This year, we partner with Ginkgo Bioworks to support the top 3 teams to take their designs to the build and test phase. This is happening in Latin America. How would your future look like if local people solved local problems? We believe you can create it. Join us to design with biology.
Okay, thank you, Justice. And well, I would like to invite you all, if you're interested, to be a speaker, to give a workshop. If you want to, if you're teaching, have some students you want to participate, please send me an email. And Explore iGEM Academy is open, so also you want to share it with your students. It's a really great content in the inspirational and discover thing. You're gonna find links about the world of the speaker. So it's like the way we want to kickstart the journey on synthetic biology for students. Thanks.
Thanks, Minerva. It was awesome. I think that is, my computer is not enjoying this. Yeah, I think that's our last speaker for this session. Does anyone have any questions and things for any of our speakers? Oh, first of all, give a round of applause for all of our awesome talks right there. So, thanks, folks. Yeah, does anyone have any questions for anyone? Please feel free to unmute yourself just now and ask them. I've actually got one for Alan just now to get us started. I don't know much, Alan, about sort of, I'm not trained as in education or anything. I was interested in, you were talking about culturally relevant pedagogies and things, and we heard about this from Blixstein this morning. How does that differ between adult learners and children learners?
I found that there is, well, one of the things that differ is the reason why the adults or younger adults take the courses or the workshop or just anything that has to do with the field. They have their own inspirations, backgrounds that differ greatly, and that is bound to help them in different ways. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. I was wondering if how you had experienced that, and now that if there was a paradigm anyway on how those things were different, just because I'm not trained in this kind of thing. So it's yeah, I'm learning a lot today. Thanks, Hal. Also, yeah, actually on your one as well, I was really interested in you talked about the yeast, the golden bread with the yeast. Mm-hmm. How did you make that strain? It's just a technical question, so it's more my thing. My training and stuff is how did you make them? Was that synthetic yeast then that you were putting in there? Did they have plasmids in them or something?
We followed the BioBuilder resource lab for golden yeast. It has detailed information about the biological engineering tools that we're using. We did use petri dishes and different strains.
Okay.
We of course had to cook them right after they were done. After I think it's called the colonies. After the strain colonies ended forming, afterwards we were able to mix everything and bake it into a cookie. Yeah.
It's fun. It's
Sure,
fun when you get to eat your
participants
experiments. Thanks, Alan. Has anyone else got any questions just now?
I guess I do. What inspires you all to sort of do this work? I know we've heard from Alan, but Alisha, Minerva, what sort of is a driving force, and what do you hope for out of the programs you're running?
I guess I don't know about others, but for me in general, I work a lot with young people and their curiosity. I guess that's what keeps me going. I guess, John, you're asking about like the difference between adults and children and the playfulness. I guess that's what I would like to bring about. And when we try to design things for them, like there's an element of like, you know, for them, playfulness and curiosity are kind of linked together. They get inspired, like, you know, they stay with what's happening and then connect with things without any like pre-existent rules. I don't know if people know about me, but I'm not a biologist. Like, this is something I am exploring with young people and teachers. So just their curiosity, that's an inspiration. And also the work that's being done in the community, the open resources that we have, it's fascinating. I wish we could do everything, but each day, I guess we try to like experiment a little, just exploring these amazing ideas that people have in the community.
Yeah, for me, it's like, I don't know, I think I have a lot of privilege, and I was part of an iGEM team, and it was really exciting doing the hands-on experience in the lab, and that I wanted to share that with more young people. But something that is from basically from Norwegian is to see citizens able to discuss and talk about biology and the future of biotech, how are going to build these new ecosystems. And I think my team and I figured out that this is going to happen just focusing in bringing quality education in science. And for us, doing biology and inspiring students with nature and biology was the way to do that and bring this part of this conversation. Maybe we're not gonna have like just scientists, but people interested in bio, in sustainability, and being inspired by nature. That is why I'm doing this.
Minerva, I was thinking about when you were talking about the iGEM design league stuff and how this had just been started in Latin America. How's that project evolving in the next year for the new iGEM season and things? Are you going to have new, you know, is that going to explode across the rest of the world next year, or yeah, what's the next step?
Yeah, well, this started in Latin America because the pilot program from iGEM was like, maybe Latin America is in a good place where teens normally want to participate, but the access to lab was like a huge barrier for them. And I hear that probably there are going to be some leagues in India and in other regions. But for Latin America, also, we're trying to expand it, to work more in an academy and start having conversations with industry, academia, and government. Basically, we want to build this new ecosystem. And not just for the students, but also empowering teachers. Normally, the PIs are the ones that want to really do a change and inspire the students. And I think we're gonna be able to offer these tools for them. So that's why Academy, that's why we're trying to invite the teachers to use that resources and also be part of the lectures for the new year. The next season, we're going to try to have more Latinos and Latinas speakers and to reach other schools. We want to go outside of the capitals. We want to work more in inclusive and diversity strategies to basically do accessible this for everyone in Latin America. So as a pilot year was great, and now we need to think how we're going to achieve this new goal of having more teams. And that was really exciting. Normally every year in iGEM we have like 8 teams from the entire Latin America continent, And just in 1 year, we had 25 teams from 8 different countries. So we noticed that that was a barrier we needed to break. And with the help of Ginkgo, these teams that were finalists were gonna build their designs, and they're gonna go to take their projects to the laboratory stage. So that is really cool.
Awesome. Thanks, Minerva. There's a question in the chat for another one for you, Alan. Would you like to unmute yourself and ask a question, or you want me to read it out?
I'm ready for the question.
Okay, that's okay. No, I was wondering if the person that was asking wanted to speak out. Rudel, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. Would like to know about the cookies and how you came up with that idea and how you make sure it's safe for consumption as the yeast is a modified organism.
Well, the BioBuilder resource was already made for it to be a consumable. The strain, I mean. As for the idea to make it to turn them into cookies, well, we try to find ways to make the workshop more accessible for the participants, more a way for them to identify with what was being taught better. Yes. So again, like a way to bridge the gap. That's how we came with that idea.
Thanks, Alan. There's Melissa, you just highlighted another great one. But for Alisha and Natacha, you mentioned about doing about your project working in public schools and things. How did you approach them to make that collaboration?
Well, we're with our organization, we're quite grateful because for the past 8 years, we've been working alongside the different education departments. So that's how we really started with the fund. We were funded through the education departments. So we already have this great relationship built with the teachers and the schools in all 4 Atlantic provinces here in Canada. So they already, when they hear our names, they know who we are. But we did approach some teachers at first with the curriculum aspect of, let's say, science and which grade levels they would be interested in, and then to really pursue and help them along the way. So we did it with some science teachers, but I also did the project in a language arts class. So it was a lot of fun to really approach, and it's really through the relationship that we built with the teachers and as an organization.
And we still like trying to recruit more teachers, even though we have a network introducing this topic that many people, at least here, don't know about. In a way, it's a challenge, but we started working with department lead who explore or come up with the curriculum to really identify what were some obvious connections with what they were doing and where's the new opportunities to introduce this new content. The other approach we do is we offer free workshops for teachers. Like we have one coming up next Thursday, working with food composites, and we send the teachers, the kids. So the whole idea is like you empower them by them being makers. They create something and then try to explore how they will bring these new experiences to their students and explore. So even though the end goal is to reach the students, but we definitely feel that we work as much with teachers to empower them and constantly improvise our work so that it fits with their context, it's more relevant to them. Even we have noticed that different provinces, like materials are different approaches, and curriculum is slightly different, which is why we seek help from the teachers themselves, because they work on the ground to help us explore and refine these curriculum ideas.
Thank you, Alisha and Natacha. We've got a couple of minutes left, and I'm going to ask Sahib, a quick question, maybe to round us off about what you think about bio now. You mentioned that you didn't like it before. Do you like? How did your opinion change during the project? Are you now crazy about biology, or are you crazy about the robot?
I guess I'm crazy about both. I really like biotechnology because I'm really into math, and I was also I'm really into robotics. So biotechnology kind of bridges the gap there. and the BioArtBot does as well. The main reason I kind of joined BioArtBot was because it was something I was the most familiar with. Biology was a very foreign concept to me, but math and robotics wasn't. So I joined BioArtBot, and then I got to learn about the lab and got to interact with all the other tools that are used, and then I really just ended up liking biology after that. I then took the biotechnology course at a few colleges, and I'm just into biology and chemistry right now a lot. So yeah.
Nice. That's awesome. It's awesome that but getting stuck in really can change your opinions. Jim has a question here for Minerva. Jim, would you like to unmute yourself and ask your question?
Yeah, sure. I mean, iGEM is amazing, but there are so many barriers to access, and this really comes up to that idea of justice and the accessibility of bioeducation and tools. So, and I think this program you're talking about looks like a perfect solution for that, far more accessible. So, can it be scaled? Is it being scaled beyond Latin America? That may have been already answered, but also, is it open for high school students? Because wow, this could be the gateway drug for bio for a lot of kids.
Yes, thanks, Jim. Yes, it was open for high schools, and this year we just have one high school participating from Panama. So we didn't have categories. They compete with the college students, and they did great with their project. And maybe next year we're gonna do is to try to have categories, because we saw that normally in college students are the ones trying to participate in iGEM. They want to take their classes or courses projects to the lab or to the design phase, and maybe some of them are building the new startups and they wanted to be part of this. But in high schools, teachers are the one creating science clubs, and they were looking for opportunity to showcase their projects and to go a step ahead of normal classes. So we're thinking to do more efforts to facilitate this to high schools, and I think also other leagues are gonna take that in consideration. I think Indian leagues is one of the ones that are gonna happen next year. So they already have started amazing work offering workshops to high schools, and it's probably they're gonna have the competition all open for that for them too.
Awesome. So again, I'm really excited to lead this session with that, of course, with the immense help of Melissa as well. We felt like this was a topic that, based on our experience at running firsthand and just based on what the gaps were and the interest in the education and learning track, we felt like this would be a good topic to cover. So I'm going to go ahead and get started, because I want this to be a chance for a lot of our panelists to participate as well. So I'm going to start off with the introduction of firsthand. Just a brief introduction. After the introduction, we're going to have each of our panelists introduce themselves and their programs for a brief introduction. And then we're going to do a round robin of a few essential questions that's designed to pick best practices, talk about failures and successes, and just be able to tangibly take things away from our session. So again, I'm Adam Durant. I am the program manager here at Firsthand. We're a program at the University City Science Center. Prior to being out of school time educator, I was an educator in the school district of Philadelphia for about 6 years, teaching middle and high school science. Melissa, you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Adam's going to be leading the panel, but we co-organized it. So my name is Melissa. I work with Adam in the Firsthand Philadelphia program. So like you said, we do STEM education. My background's in marine biology. So I have my master's in marine bio, and then I decided I didn't like my experiments floating away. So I moved to education. I'm really excited. I'll be moderating in the chat. So if anyone has questions or issues, feel free to chat me.
Thanks, Melissa. So Firsthand, so a couple of years ago, we had an awesome comic artist produce this little comic book for us that kind of explains what we do. But basically, we are equal parts science
design, and entrepreneurship. Our mission is to provide Philadelphia's curious minds access to the knowledges of the University City Science Center, which is a research park in University City or West Philadelphia, here in Philadelphia. So we can go to the next slide and kind of tell you about how that is structured in our program. So we like to focus obviously on industry relevant learning. We like to think of ourselves as the gap between the under-resourced science classroom and the STEM research and professional ecosystem that Philadelphia already exists. So when we think about the under-resourced classroom, we think about things like lack of resources, overcrowded classrooms, lack of materials to really engage in the science with. So what we do at the Firsthand Lab is we like to supplement our partner schools with a really immersive STEM experience that they would experience in our Firsthand Lab. Our lab is located on the 5th floor of 3675 Market Street, which is a big research tower, and where we have a small space on the 5th floor, which is much bigger than our original space, but in the context of the building, we're a small space. So we're basically surrounded by STEM professionals to our left, to our right, a lot of biotech companies, a lot of entrepreneurs, and just a lot of really interesting and cool people that we want to introduce our students to. So what we like to do is we base our curriculum off of industry relevant subjects and topics at the middle school level. The goal is to really expose as many students as we can to those STEM concepts and careers. And at the high school program, we use a different, sort of a different method, but we collaborate with the actual professional company to create a challenge or to create some type of industry relevant project that the students interact with them. So all the students that enter in our program will have at least 3 touch points with a mentor. That can be them collaborating with them on their final projects. That can be them coming to their showcase. And then eventually our goal is to align with our STEM professionals and our mentees and our mentors to create internship opportunities for our students as well. So we're really trying to directly align and put our students who wouldn't have the ability to meet certain scientists and professions the direct access to being able to actually be an intern or possibly work for these companies moving down the line. So I'm going to stop there as far as Firsthand, because I want our other panelists to introduce their programs as well. So again, this is going to be a brief overview of 3 other programs, and then we'll come together to kind of compare and contrast what works for us. So I'm going to kick it off next to Aravinth at the DreamSpace Academy. He's going to explain his program and how his program interacts with mentees and mentors as well.
Thanks, Adam. I just want to check if it's audible. Is it? Okay, good. Yeah, thank you everyone for being here. Last year I was one of the Global Bio Summit Fellow, and happy to be here again. And yeah, please, next slide. Yeah. So it's the same, right? Most of us here do things, why we do what we do has something to do with our personal story. So I was born in Sri Lanka in a time where several family members were killed as a collateral damage. And so I grew up in a war zone. And the longer the war, younger the soldier situation arrived. And when I was 14 years old, I was forced to be a child soldier. And that's the moment I have to run away. And I ended up as a child stateless refugee away from the home. For almost 10 years I was away, and when the war ended after 30 years, I was able to go back home after 10 years, and this is what I saw, that it's not only same in, it's not only in Sri Lanka, it's similar to many countries in the global south, that the huge impact on the socioeconomic and environmental ecosystem. And as we see that we have pretty much every international aid organization located in these countries in the global south, but they couldn't solve this fundamental challenge sustainably. And that is the moment that I was thinking that, okay, I have somehow survived, and I have to uplift those youngsters who are going through the same experiences as me in those post-war affected regions. So we decided to empower the locals to solve these complex local challenges. Next slide. So initially we were started as a peace building organization, because as you know that when the war stops, you need to do decades of peace building and reconciliation, but that methodology of traditional peace building didn't work out for you. So we decided to become a non-profit social enterprise tackling these challenges. But in a country where there was 30 years of war, you don't have any infrastructure, knowledge, and expertise to tackle these sustainably, and that's how we divided our focus in these education, innovation, and entrepreneurship. So next slide. So here is about our mentors and generally how we work, as we call it DreamSpace life cycle. It's kind of incubation program, but it's more of an adoption program that we discover candidates at the age of 16, 17 from these vulnerable societies and homes and jungle and all different places, and we identify that they have a certain motivation for solving socioeconomic and environmental challenge. We basically take them out of the home and we keep them with us. We have a co-living space where they live and they stay with us for more than 2 years. And then we take them through this challenge-based learning. So we don't do any subject-based learning and project-based learning. We do challenge-based learning because each of them are victim of a challenge. And we believe that, they can be the best ones to solve these challenges because they are the first-time victims. And through that training program, we have something from, non-technical training in storytelling, photography, business modeling to electronics, mechanics, and biotechnology, around 14 different interdisciplinary labs. And with that training, in the next stage, we identify an open innovation that can be a solution for this challenge. Either it's in our country, there are 85 people in a year, they die by human wild elephant conflict. And at the same time, we lose 400 elephants a year. So I'm talking about yearly, it's a huge number. We have the largest number of Asian elephant in the world. Like African elephant in Botswana, and then we have the highest. And so for these challenges, we create grassroots innovation. And the next stage, we identify, what is the domain that they want to be, working throughout their life, biology, ocean biology, and so on. And finally, we graduate them as organizations after, 2+ years. In this way that we are not only building change makers, but we are also building industries. In a country known for tea and tourism, we are building industries that does not exist. And in this way, we believe that within 5, 10, 20 years, our mentees could build this industry, and these youngsters, they don't have to go to another global north and asking for asylum or opportunity. We could create that in our own country. So this is a true peace building and sustainable development goal for us. And this is in each and every candidate is different. So we also call this as a personalized empowerment. And we can talk about it later in detail, how science and innovation and community building come together and entrepreneurship come together to solve. And majority of them, they don't go to university because we don't have access to universities, and they stay continued. And that's how we are also kind of breaking the wall of institutional science and education here as a community organization. Yeah. Next slide, I would love to introduce here my colleague and mentee, Alessandro. He's based in Berlin. And he would love to tell a little bit about the project that we are working together. And yeah, please, Alessandro.
Yeah, thank you, Aravinth. Yes, I'm Alessandro Volpato, background biologist, and what I do in my practice is to support and facilitate the learning process in biological sciences, so in life sciences. My goal is to push for sustainability and to push it worldwide, and for this reason, I collaborate with DreamSpace Academy. And I'm mentee at the same time because I learned, so what I do in these times is mainly mushrooms. So we build these biomaterials, mushroom composite materials, and we teach people how to do that. With the Technical University of Berlin, we are teaching people how to grow mushroom for edible purposes and to build these mushroom-based composite materials. There are other cool application of mushroom, which is bioremediation, which is decontaminating polluted soils and producing medicinal compounds out of them, which are interesting tracks. And what I'm doing practically with DreamSpace Academy is to train the people in Sri Lanka to use the same methods that are used in the university, in the academia here in Berlin, to produce the same solutions there, and to kind of accreditate the lab there to have a qualitative approach to research, to mycology at least. And I feel myself a mentee because I learn a lot from Aravinth in about how to structure these international and worldwide operations. And I'm a mentee also of TU Berlin because officially I'm not a student, but from the scientists that are there, from Vera Meyer and the crew of mycologists there, I keep asking questions and to push to redesign the same methods, but to keep the same standards. And another example that I want to do is, this is how we teach to grow mushrooms on plates. Instead of having Petri dishes, we have these jars because they are easy to autoclave and you don't need to pour the agar and you avoid some unsterile steps. It's suboptimal, but it's doable in Sri Lanka too. So we have 2 projects about that. Okay, I have to stop it. Melissa?
Yeah, yes, we'll come back and let everybody share, but we just want to let everybody introduce themselves and then we'll open up, because I definitely want to hear about how you and Aravinth met and more about your project. So thank you. Next up, we have Nicole Caballero.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Adam and Lisa, for inviting me for this panel. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. So my name is Nicole Yamiche, and I'm from Peru. I'm a student of the 6th semester of Biomedical Engineering at the Universidad Nacional Mayor de San Marcos. And also, I am the president or chair of the student chapter Engineering, Medicine and Biology Society of my university, that is EMBS Lansing. So next slide. With the chapter, with all the slides that you could see in the presentation, we developed this program. In the slide, you could see in the first line the board of directors of the chapter, and then all the guys that help us as monitors, and also our volunteers and members of the chapter. They are also students of our university. Next slide, please. Okay. The general objective of this program was to develop an interesting program of introduction to engineering applied to medicine and biology, to broaden the knowledge of this area in many students in schools throughout Peru, and guide their vocational choice toward this career. What happens in Peru? This career is very new. The majority of the guys don't know this career and never heard of it. So maybe this career had like 10 years in Peru, but in our university is the 3rd year. We are part of the first generation of this program, of this undergraduate program. So we want to share this career to involve more students to get into. So the specific objective was expose the importance and future projection of this career in applied medicine and biology, and form the mentor-mentee relationship between Latin American students, because the mentors were for all Latin American and professional also, and Peruvian high school students for developing some interesting projects. Next slide. Okay, so you can see in the presentation some of the images of the session that we have in the program. This program was totally virtual, so they can include lectures, some workshops, and challenge that the mentees need to do as a task for obtain some points and have like some outstanding works. So you could pass to the next slide. You can see This is the second session. We have some lectures about bionic technology, teacher engineering, AI applications on bioengineering and others. Next slide. On the third session, we have some like motivational lectures and also a workshop of how to begin in electronics, an electronic workshop. Next one, please. The first session was the last session of our work for the mentors and mentees, and we have also another workshops that were guide for a volunteer of this program. So the persons that teach this workshop were students of our university, and for me that was like amazing that they could share their knowledge to these high school students. Like you can see how to use Arduino and Tinkercad, and also how to build an EKG by yourself. Next slide. And that 5th session was the last. It was more focused on the project presentation. It was the final, and you can see some of the pictures of the presentation of the groups of the maps. And that's what is all. So next slide, please. So finally, these are the aesthetics. We have 4 mentors from all Latin America, as I say. There were initially mentees. We have initially like 120 mentees, but around of 96 students were graduated. As organizers, was also the monitors of the program, and we were 19. And we had a total of 18 groups, and also final projects present. So this is all for the presentation of the program. I hope you enjoy.
Thank you, Nicole. I'm very interested to hear more about deep dive into those numbers because they're really impressive. We're going to kick it off to Rob and Lucas with BioBus.
Sure, thank you. So, hi everyone, my name is Rob Frawley, and I want to just give a quick introduction to BioBus in general, and then about this project, and also this is my cat Rosie, and she's going to be in and out throughout this whole session. So, my name is Rob. I am a scientist, lead scientist at BioBus. My background is in biomedical engineering and tissue engineering, and BioBus is a staff of scientists primarily working with schools in New York City. And what we do primarily is actually kind of quick touch programs where we visit schools with microscopes and see students for a short amount of time. However, BioBus has been growing, and today we want to talk about a program kind of nested in one of our other programs. So we have middle school, high school, and college students who we see for extended periods of time. And our high school students and college students are paid through an internship program. And that gives us a kind of nested mentorship model where our high school kids teach our middle school students, our college students mentor and work with our college students. We recruit volunteers from the scientific community often to help our high school and college students do projects and write curriculum. And in one new and kind of exciting example, we've actually done a project that's not strictly research, but actually much more a new form of science communication involving all of those levels, middle school, high school, and college students, working under my mentorship and that of my colleague who will introduce now, Lucas Petrin. And I'll just kind of tee up Lucas by saying, Going Viral is a game that was invented by students at BioBus who are designing a game for our middle school kids to play. They made a card game on scraps of paper, wrote up some rules in the summer of 2019 before viruses were everywhere. And we played it with our middle school kids at camp. We really liked the idea. We held it for kind of further development. And then as 2020 came around, we realized just how impactful this game could be. And that was when I sort of first, through another professor in contact that I knew, made contact with Lucas. And this is a little bit of story of us for just how our mentorship changed with Lucas. So I want to hand it over to Lucas to finish introducing this project.
Sure. Hi, I'm Lucas Petrin. I am a BFA in Biomedical Art and Visualization. I graduated in 2020, and through one of my other professors, I met Rob, who allowed me to kind of volunteer and intern with the program, trying to help them out with going viral and figure out what to do with this project when no one can meet in person and they want to keep it moving before it stalls out. So if you could go to the next slide. When I came into the project, we were trying to figure out what to do with a card game based on viruses in a time where a virus wasn't letting anybody meet in person and be able to play the game and be able to talk about how the science impacts the game. So I ended up taking it online, and I brought up the medium of a game called Tabletop Simulator, where you can take cards and designs and put them into a virtual engine for students and interns to play and to test. So all of our development in the project ended up taking place totally online through Tabletop Simulator and Discord, actually, if anyone's familiar with the program. If you go to the next slide. We had our interns, and substantially the interns that I was able to help mentor, working with us on trying to figure out what makes good design, how to make things educational as well as entertaining, and to figure out if the game actually provided a sense of learning alongside fun. We had little lecture labs kind of going up where I was able to, as a designer and an artist, help our mentees understand what goes into the process of making something representative of science or simple concepts like antibiotics, disease, vaccines, and other such things. If you could go to the next slide. Some of our early playtests were as simple as getting pieces of paper up there, and with the help of our mentees, who kind of gave us feedback on where to go with it, slowly developing its own identity as educational content as well as entertainment. So we had to start introducing things like ATP and how to represent ATP, how your average kid who's playing the game will understand what ATP is and how it's used. So we went from just simple text to figuring out how to make this work in the context of this game is about viruses and we're trying to teach students about viruses, and our mentees have to help students understand viruses with their own input on how they play the game about viruses. And then, of course, everything that some of our mentees did began working its way into the game. We had little lecture designs on what would the viruses look like if they were more, say, anthropomorphic, a little bit more understandable for a kid who doesn't know the parts of a virus to pick up and look at. Little sketches started to become concepts of themselves. And then if you can go to the next slide, you can clearly see how we took COVID as a virus that's completely abstract to a child, to taking it to a place where it's almost relatable, and maybe so relatable you might want to walk away with a copy of the card.
So we're really excited that this project started by students, which had a huge student voice throughout, is actually something that's kind of moving forward. Our intern population, we accept high school and college students from historically underrepresented populations in New York City. And we thought it was really important that they have a voice throughout the creation of this game, that this was in a lot of ways the students' game that was made with the help, obviously with incredible help from Lucas and graphic design experience, but that was not something where it just happened behind a curtain and then a product popped out. And so we think that this was really kind of essential to the way we handled the virtual summer and then how we've moved forward with it since. And so, yeah, all that progress has kind of led to it being going up on Kickstarter soon, and we post about it on social media. So we're really pumped that that's this student project has really got legs under it.
Awesome, thank you for sharing. I'm looking forward to seeing how that project develops as well. So I think everybody touched a little bit about their mentorship model. So I'm going to kind of switch it to some direct questions, kind of kicking it back to the mentees initially. I'm gonna start with Lucas. Lucas, what would you say is what makes a mentee a great mentor? And if you could share any examples you can have. Obviously, Rob being here, you might want to give him a shout out, but just in general, in your experience, especially being a recent grad, what would you say a few of those things are?
I think it was really interesting coming into the project as a recent grad, because 2020 kicked in and we were all learning digitally. So it was a totally new experience for everybody involved, especially the high school and college interns that we were working with as well. So I was in a mentee position for a little bit, trying to figure out how to organize things and how to discuss with Rob, like where to take how to present the learning. And it kind of ended up being the positions kind of ended up switching a lot between me and Rob, where we had totally new concepts being introduced that might have been more familiar with me. So I was teaching him while he was teaching me how to get this all up together. And it got even more interesting when we had our interns working with us on the game itself and helping figure out like what a card does, or how this represents what a virus actually does in real life, or how does this represent what a treatment does to a virus. And they were teaching me, even though I'm the more experienced DM designer, about how things should feel when you do them versus how things should play in the game. And it just kept going, it really kept going back and forth between the mentors and the mentees, just experiencing everybody's input. And especially since the game was made by students to begin with, even adding even more students to the mixture helped kind of figure out our direction for the game going forward.
Absolutely, thank you. I mean, student voice is so important, and so many times we have decisions about education without the student's voice, and it logically doesn't make sense. So it's always great to hear people integrating just the expertise of someone just as young as a high school student. Alessandro, can you talk a little bit about how you and Aravinth met, and just kind of your mentor-mentee relationship?
Yes, I met Aravinth at an event in Berlin, which is the Science Hack Day, and we co-organized the event, and we were both in the teaching the people who were using the workshops and the digital fabrication tools like the laser cutter, 3D printer, and these parts of the equipment. And during the years, the relationship changed, because he asked me to join and to teach what I knew at the DreamSpace Academy. And what happened is that he became my mentor in bringing what I know to a really far end, because what I can do is already doing my workshops and my teaching sessions here in Berlin, but to do it bigger, to go somewhere else in the world, in such a troublesome place like Sri Lanka, I needed guidance, because I need to bootstrap all a different set of skills that I didn't have, I guess, and I'm working on it right now. And what I think it's great in him is the patience when I try to put my initiative and redirecting this initiative in a positive way, and to watch over possible mistakes, pitfalls, and try to be consistent in being there if I have questions. And this is why I appreciate so as a mentee, so in this area.
Awesome, thank you. Nicole, can you speak a bit about, you work with a large group of mentors and mentees. Can you talk a little bit about how you connect them both, and just like what are the kind of the intros of someone finding or connecting with a mentor in your organization?
So but let me explain more about how was the mentor in the program. So in our case, it was our first edition. So we decided to work with 2 mentors per group, preferably 1 student and 1 professional in this biomedical area. So could be were students of biomedical engineering, also maybe mechatronics, maybe biology, but all were like focused in this area. So that mentees can receive these 2 point of view, from a student and from a professional. The groups were of a maximum of 6 students, whereas some groups that have 5 or 4, but it was 6 maximum, who are between 4th, 5th, or recent high school grades from different parts of Peru. Our program had 4 working sessions, as I mentioned, and a project presentation and closing session. Each session had presentations, workshops for all attendees, and then a space in groups when the mentees and the mentors could like talk to each other and share experience. And also presentation that we proposed them or suggested in previously session, because for studies program we have like 2 months before the beginning of the program to have like presentations and have sessions especially with only the mentors to share what we want to this program and what is the goals and what are like all the that we want to do, all the activities that we want to have, and what is the purpose of each activity. Because a part of the mentors that have this, we let the mentors be and share whatever they want to, that the best that they want to share for the students. In addition, the mentors need to support and motivate the mentees to perform the challenge that we determined for this program, that were something like sharing words that they learn, make memories related to biomedical engineering, or maybe the program, choose their favorite character in biomedical, make an infographic, among others. And all these were shared in a closed Facebook group that we have for all the mentees and mentors. And we have in total 8 challenge with scores that will determine on some group in the program. And the final challenge was also that the group accompanied by their mentors present a final project where they will present an application or proposed solution with a biomedical engineering approach. So this is the final challenge that had a separate like our ceremony with special juries that were some professors of our university and also another single student from Chile, also medical engineering from Peru, very recognized juries to choose the best projects and award them. So after the first session, they have 2 weeks, 2 weeks more to develop their final projects until the project presentation. So the mentors were free to propose new sessions with their mentors to work on this final challenge and other activities that they could do with these guys. So our mentors were volunteers from different universities through Latin America, and were also like persons that we know, maybe in different like occasions, but we, in my case also, I know these persons that help us to build this program, the majority of them. So in different other like programs or other activities, so we also we invite them to help us for build this special program for the guys.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Nicole. The next question I want to kick to Rob and Aravinth, taking the mentor lens. And I think I'll start with Rob with this one. You probably come across a lot of different professionals, both of you in your fields, you know, running these programs that are interested in being mentors. What are some of the, you know, qualifications or just characteristics you look for in a mentor? And what are some like some suggestions or just like course of action you would say to like somebody, you know, a bioengineer that wants to start mentoring? What kind of advice would you give to someone like that?
Sure. I think that's a really interesting question we're thinking about a lot. We do get mentors, volunteers, scientists, and even staff looking to work with students specifically. And so one thing we look for is the commitment to become a mentor, to spend the time with students, to make sure that that's a priority for the time that they commit to, and that they can do that with lab or with work. Another thing we look for is sort of a willingness to do something outside of their zone of comfort. Like following student interest is really important. And so if a bioengineer who only does one thing comes in and the student wants to do something different, it's much more important for us that the student's project gets done. And so kind of going through that flexibility is important. And the last thing is representation is really important, that our mentors look like our students to a degree that our students can see themselves in them, and that we're not misrepresenting science as a field by being very kind of with a blind spot for who we're recruiting and taking in as mentors. And kind of all together, those are the factors that we think about in recruiting mentors. And kind of implicit in all that is an enthusiasm. Like they have to want to be there and be excited, and that excitement translates. So I think those are kind of the big things.
Thank you, Aravinth.
Yeah, so so in our case, it's more of our organization is not something that operates in free time. It's a full-fledged organization with 20 people, internal team member, around 50 more external team members, and it's fundamentally a peace-building organization which is using open science and innovation to create that harmony between the new generation or the youngsters in the war-affected regions of Sri Lanka. So for me, like when we initially so we have different types of personal engagements from people who want to support us, and one of that is that subject matter experts. So and usually in a peace building, or if you work in this international aid peace building kind of humanitarian support from all these organizations, what happens, they always send some people who really have no idea and understanding of the ground reality. But these people go from the global north to the global south or to the respective country, and they try to force what they know as the only right solution. They really don't even know what's happening there. For example, design thinking experts going to Kenya to teach tribal people how to think, does not make any sense. And we see that, coming from peace building, and especially from all these international aid organizations, we see that very often happening. I remember I met at one of the conference, I met a American doctor from Texas, and he said that he was flying to Sri Lanka to teach some people. And then he was almost about to land, and he's seeing there's only water everywhere. And then till that, and where is this going to land? And then only he knew that Sri Lanka was an island. So in that way, it does not make sense for us to just go with your subject matter expert, but understand the ground reality. And for that, it does not work like 1 hour here and there. This type of mentorship we don't normally do. And we request the mentor, when we identify the mentor has the true purpose to mentor and give this knowledge, they have to actually go to Sri Lanka and stay with our trainers as well as the mentees. So the end mentees as well as the in between trainers, training the trainers for like 4 to 5 weeks, and then they basically understand what's happened, and they always have to adapt their mentorship or the belief that they have about the subject based on what's reality there. One example that we had our first mentor move going there in this mode, in this methodology, and I remember that we were like, there were 20 youngsters from the underserved communities, and we were training them in design thinking. And design thinking is a very intensive process, and people have to always keep their mind brushed up. But there in Sri Lanka, after the lunch, these people, they told they just want to sleep. And then she was coming to me, this mentor, and she asked, is it okay if you let them sleep? Because then they need time to warm them up. And then I said, the design thinking that you brought is from Berlin, but you have to adapt that to the design thinking to Baticolor, the Bati, our organization is, and let these people sleep. And then they all just lie down on the floor without anything. It just left for 20 minutes siesta, and they woke up, and it was fresher than what it could happen with just keeping them on the. So it's always personalization. So each and every candidate, every mentee that we have is personalized. You know, we don't have one single structure and teaching. We don't think about making thousands of trainees or mentees. We just focus on each of them. And before we start, again, we use a lot of, before we even bring the mentor, we do apply a lot of psychological methodology to understand what they really want, because they themselves, they don't know what they want because they have not seen what's possible in the world. So I can tell you, there was one candidate that we worked, he was so much about, like, you know, stopping the plastic pollution. He was a young boy, he was a mechanic, you know, he'd never been to college, and 17, 18 years old. And then I started, we go through the psychological regression and to really understand why he wants to solve that problem. He said, yeah, we see it's pollution everywhere and this and that. And after a certain period of time, we did the regression. We understood that when he was a small boy, he had a puppy that ate plastic bag and died. So that true thing was inside this person, was always causing to solve the challenge. So as a mentor, you need to really understand so many other things beyond the subject that you're going to really work with them and in their family background. So we always, before we start to empower a mentee, we actually go and empower their parents, because in the global South, you cannot work with kids without empowering their parents, you know, let them do what they want. That's why sometimes we take them out of their homes and accommodate them and so. So that is what I'm saying. It needs to be personalized, and you have to see beyond the subject matter and into the personal, social, socio-economical, environmental, and their childhood and all that thing. And then you can have the right mentor personalized to that mentee.
Thank you. So two very different approaches, more of a systematic process, more of an interest, and, you know, dive in those interests and making sure they actually match with those mentors and mentees. Unfortunately, stuff is flying by. We got about 3 minutes left. Everybody's been so engaging that we lost track of time. But Melissa, are there any outstanding chat questions that we could maybe end with?
Yes, I'll let you pick. Do you have any semi-formal training programs in place for the mentors? If yes, what are the key elements? Or we can ask what questions or ideas students come into your space with.
Okay, why don't we focus on the students for this one? But anybody like to share basically the bio interests or the bio knowledge that your students come up with, and this has to be very short so everybody can share. So 5 words or less, if you can.
I can really quick say our high school kids come in with project ideas, and it's dreams and how the brain works, ecological and environmental justice, and like how the body works. Those are 3 themes we see all the time that they want to explore more.
Awesome.
I mean, in our case, it's not that they don't have any idea. They just want to feed their family. That's the only thing that they want. And we just give them a big interdisciplinary perspective of that particular challenge, because as I said, we have some mentees who come from the coastal villages. They have been affected by biodiversity loss and, like, you know, illegal fishing vessels and all that thing, but they don't know about it. Even though they are fishermen families, they use this small net which kills all these primary producers, which is destroying their habitat, but they don't know that. And we have to tell them by going there, and this is why it's happening. What they want is, okay, what can they do to feed their families? And then we make them with that challenge or innovation. From that innovation, we make them an entrepreneur so that they can solve not only just for short period of time, but for decades for the whole society. And that's how our work is around.
Thank you. So we have 2 minutes left. Lucas, Alessandro, and Nicole, any final words?
Okay, I want to say some final words. You can hear me well? Will you confirm?
I can hear you. What'd you say?
Okay. Well, this was our first edition and almost made it a pilot, but we enjoyed it very much. Now we have excellent mentors as contacts, as a network who will certainly support us in different other activities and also in future editions of this program. I also believe that there are mentees who are projecting themselves to be the future biomedical engineer in our country, and that our country requires. And we even have a mentee, the part of this program that also he get into the career in our university, and now is part of the student chapter. So that for me is amazing, because now we could build new programs or continue with this program with a new focus and having the focus of the student that was part of. So I can only say that the mission was accomplished, and I'm so grateful to share with all of you this space.
Thank you. Lucas, what are anything that you're up to next that you want to tell us about before you leave?
Yeah, I'd say just to touch back on the whole mentor-mentee situation, it was a very, very good experience being able to sort of mentor groups of high school and college students. I'm in contact with quite a few of them still, and made some pretty good friendships out of it, being a just recently graduated college students. I'm also very active outside of BioBus and working on going viral with my own game design, and I'm very into paleontology and paleo illustration as well at my account Fossil Fracas. That's about it.
Awesome. Thank you, Lucas. I think we'll be reaching out too to connect with you. Alessandro, any final things? What you're up to next?
Well, I wanted simply to say thank you to Aravinth and to all the group of this discussion, because helped me out to think and to reflect on the relationship between mentor and mentee, also in my practices and more in general, also in the direction I want to go. So yeah, this is my last word. So thank you everybody to make this happen.
Thank you. Well, again, I want to thank all my panelists. I know that we are a minute over time, not too bad, but we have a break scheduled in before our next lightning talks. Thank you to Melissa for running the chat and the slide deck, and thank you all for participating, and the audience for great questions and being so engaged. I look forward to seeing you all over the different panels over the weekend. Thank you.
Okay, hi everyone, welcome back. It's top there, so we start the next session. We've got another session of brilliant lightning talks from our community submissions now. This one's going to be jam-packed as well, I think. So yeah, welcome everyone. And so please, we'll have some time for Q&A at the end of the session, so please put some questions in the chat and things as you think of them. But without further ado, I'll give the stage to Rocio. Are you ready to talk, Rocio?
Yes, hello, John. How are you?
Hello, Rocio. Lovely to meet you, friend. I'll give you the stage then.
Okay. Well,
please just let me know when you want me to bounce this.
Ready? Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Rocio Sepúlveda. I'm coming from the Teaching Education Department of the University of Texas at El Paso. And it's a pleasure to me to stay here and share with this BioSummit community a pilot study developed by faculty and researchers of UTEP through a workshop about synthetic biology organized in a makerspace located at the borderland between the United States and Mexico. This presentation focuses on informal environments as a meaningful means of developing a relevant pedagogy in synthetic biology for the adult population. Thank you, Alan. Yeah. Next, please. Next. Well, there is a need to synthetic biology education for all public. However, our adult public is not known what this area is. We can see there is a lot of people that doesn't know what is synthetic biology. And the problem is, even though we have synthetic biology for teaching, mostly is happening in formal learning environments and traditional settings. So adults like me don't have these opportunities. And well, our proposed solution is to study informal learning environments, because those are the places where adults can learn about this file. So next, please. And then we organized a synthetic biology workshop in an open access community maker space located in the borderland between Mexico and the United States. This is a culturally rich region where small groups of adults participate. These adults have different ages, different backgrounds, and the only common thing was that they have very little knowledge about synthetic biology. And this workshop involved different activities, hands-on activities, and for that we using the BioBuilder educational lab kit, and then they can work with genetically modified cells. They also develop argumentation activities where participants discuss and express their opinions about applications of synthetic biology and its possible impact in their community. And also design activities around synthetic biology topics. So these activities allow us to explore their perceptions during the workshop. And that we appreciate is next, please. Well, in this slide, we can see that informal learning environments are a very important issue, a very important thing to give the learners a space to know and think about synthetic biology. So look, before there is a very little opinions, very simple or limited opinions. There are two cases, as you can see, and the first is really, sorry, really limited opinion. And so before, so afterwards, you can see a lot of well-developed ideas and considerations about synthetic biology. You can see in the two cases how improve their opinions, their points of view. So, well, finally, next please, John. Adults, this exploration suggests that although the adult participants had little to no prior experience with synthetic biology, they develop perspectives on the file and its use. This study also indicates that synthetic biology teaching approaches for adults requires diverse science learning environments that consider the community needs, perceptions, and priorities. And finally, informal learning environments could be a meaningful way to offer teaching practices in synthetic biology to adult learners with diverse cultural backgrounds, and they also could be an opportunity to communities where science bio is not readily retailable to people. So That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rocio. That was excellent. Really clear. So next we have Marjorie Zambonino. Marjorie, are you in the room and ready to do your talk? She was at the beginning. Are you with us, Marjorie? If not, then maybe we can come back.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry,
All right, great.
Yeah, sorry, my internet is okay. I am okay.
Awesome.
I'm here.
Okay, great. Thanks so much for joining us, Marjorie. I'll give you the stage then.
Okay. So thank you very much. I'm Marjorie Zambonino, and I will present our project called Alakazam, who is a tool for STEAM education, and it's an inexpensive kit for biological research in rural communities in Ecuador. We pretend to make different discoveries through experience, especially in children and teenagers. Also, the next, please. Okay, so our motivation is to teach and to transform the teaching learning process. So we are a group of students of Yachaita University who love science and who develop different scientific tools for vulnerable and isolated rural areas, especially that educative institutions where the opportunities and the technological equipment is less. So we are looking for tools and opportunities that to teach the children and the teenagers different concepts anytime and anywhere. Okay, the next, please. So we decide to popularize and democratize science, and we think that the best way to communicate science is learning by doing. And also we wanted to increase the science education in the vulnerable areas by igniting the curiosity and the discovery. So we are creating different opportunities for students, teachers, and the parents of these children. And we started to work in the rural communities, especially in the highland region. And we were working with children and with teenagers from 2 years old till 15 years old. So our tool, the next, please. So our tool is a kit which is composed by portable microscope, which is origami based. This microscope is waterproof, resistant, is a kind of pocket microscope because it's portable, and also is affordable, so it's accessible for the communities with less economical status, and also it has a very good resolution due to the spherical borosilicate microlens. And also this kind of kit includes an app with relevant information about different samples, so that the children can have and can discover different things and learn about that. For example, if they see different bacteria or leaves or something in the nature, they can learn about it. The next, please. Okay, so we designed this kit in a fab lab in our university, and we used low-cost materials and also precision optics. So the software was on shape, and we designed and we built all the prototype, the first and the second prototype in this software, and then we used the borosilicate microlens, and the final prototype was very good because at the end the resolution was 100x to see different kind of things. As you see in the picture, these are some of the photos that the children have discovered The next, please. Okay, so by using this kit, we seek to explore. We seek to for the children to explore and do different field studies. Also, the open sharing, and we look for equality of access in different scientific tools, especially in biology related, and also we teach the children about optics and physics laws for this microscope. Also, these kits have helped all these children to collaborate between themselves and also with the community in their high schools and their schools, and also inspire them to have different networking skills and soft skills. Okay, the next, please. So we have worked in 3 different cities in Ecuador, in Urcuquila, Tacunga, and Riobamba. So as you can see in the pictures, the children were not only using the microscope, but also they decided to learn something else. So we also include different mentoring programs and also workshops about the use of microscope, the discovering different biological things, and also some concepts, basic concepts for children about the nature and about biology and natural sciences. The next, please. So it also has included a biological research because we decided to work with some teachers and some professors from our university, and we have working in looking for different species that has contaminated one important lake in Ecuador, which is the Yaguarcocha Lagoon. So we have discovered harmful algal blooms, cyanotoxins, and one bacteria which is gram-positive, the cocci. And as you can see in the pictures, we saw that with our microscope and with the kit. So some teenagers from different high schools in these vulnerable areas have helped us to see that. And then we decided to bring further this biological research. So the next, please. So we also have included the scientific biology. So through this tool, we have developed a biological map and detector of these algal blooms and cyanotoxins. So we are working right now in the prototype of this map and the detector for the Yaguarcocha Lagoon. So the name of this is ToxiBloom, and we are developing right now this tool with our kit. The next, please. So thank you very much. You can see my email and also the social media of the project if you would like to see more about it. And you can find us in social media, in Facebook and Instagram, especially because we post some photos about it. And if you want to contact me, you can also you can see my email. So thank you very much for attending me.
Thank you, Marjorie. That sounds like you're doing some really exciting stuff. I really enjoyed that. Next up, we have Naomi. Naomi, are you ready to do your talk?
Am I ready? Oh, this has been really fun today. We've been going back and forth.
I know we got there in the end. I'm glad. Thanks so much for joining us. Naomi.
Oh my God, I don't know how I pulled this together, so I apologize if it's going to be a little sort of bits and pieces, but I'm very pleased to be here, and I think this is important for everybody. How can you not want to be a part of this future? And the Bio Summit 5.0 is really a wonderful start. So thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me.
No, thanks for joining us, Naomi. I'll give you the stage.
Okay, good. Okay. Well, I should probably introduce myself. I'm Naomi Andre Campbell, actually, and not the model. I'm an interdisciplinary multimedia artist who works on perception, looking at biodiversity and food sustainability, its history. I'm interested in the body and how we are evolving today. So nothing was more interesting than the last few years, and we looked at 2020 as the longest decade, where we were forced to experience isolation and confinement, which really starts talking about my first love, which is perception. My own work is about sense and perception in art and science. And I apply that and I experiment with it. I investigate it. I'm also an educator. And I see so many changes during COVID and have seen and continue to see changes as we keep evolving in how we think and how we see and how we relate to our world. We'll see down the road all the effects that have sort of impacted us all, but my social political commentary that keeps going from like the minute I start working on my art never stops. But this whole idea of how our neural patterns and how our mind and brain are changing through COVID is really fascinating for me. So I'm actually maybe probably switching to the next slide. Working with something as simple as paint to translate how we see the way we see the world around. I'm using sort of the aspect of sense and perception and how I see my environment and the dramatic shifts in how my world of confinement has changed from before COVID and how it is now. I believe that much of our world outside the window of where we've been living for the last few years has shifted as well dramatically as climate change has affected us. So my conversation about food and water and sustainability with respect to that continues, while on another level, our behavior patterns, which are changing due to COVID, are really impacting us on the internal level. So externally, our environments are changing, and internally, the other environment is changing our actual brain functioning. So I can't really limit it to that because some of the sort of threads that come out of that are also physical changes on the rest of your body. So really, really concerned about health. I've come from a science background, and my concern with health sciences has always been a very, very important part of my work and my art. And today, the education aspect of it is really important too. Next slide, please. This is just an example of how I see. That's my face, actually. It's actually glass. And what we look at and how we see ourselves, this is actually created into an actual piece. When I'm teaching, when I'm working with students, and I like to mention I work with adults quite often, many of them are researchers and scientists, like our audience here today. I really enjoy exploring how their perceptions change, and how community is a very important part of what I'm teaching. So I may be just teaching something as simple as watercolor, but we're going way beyond that. My own work reflects a lot of the impacts of my interactions with my students, which I really appreciate. And my students range from researchers in Columbia University through to engineers and people from every possible walk of life. And all of them offer some sort of information that helps us piece together how will we negotiate our world today. So I believe that I may not make a huge impact on the world as some people have through the institutions that we've seen here today, but I'm also considering writing a PhD on this. I've been approached by that by a few people, and I'm considering it on the idea of sense and perception, art and science. Have the next slide, please. All right. I always like to think about the neural sort of plasticity when I'm teaching, and the focus on how we can navigate and learn and relearn may be very open at birth. And I believe that, yes, there's a lot of papers that have been written about how that changes as we mature. And I'm amazed by when I first started studying and how we see today, how that has changed in terms of the ability for the brain to regenerate and find new ways of problem solving. So while art is really an area of problem solving and finding new solutions, it's through the art that I'm actually finding ways for people to rethink and reorganize and move forward. And I feel that through the teaching that I've been doing online, I've managed to sustain a sense of new normal for everybody, and with my own personal work too, creates a sort of balance for the world from which they can sort of navigate. Let's see, maybe next slide. And thinking about what we're expecting in the future as we move out from the underbelly of hopefully the pandemic, and how sustainability is going to be such an important part of all this, and not only through the perception, but through actual physical active living. We're actually looking at a lot of discussions concerning the politics of food and water. And my own artwork, while I may not talk about that so much in watercolor classes, my own artwork reflects a lot on those subjects. And I hope to be able to provide a way to find solutions, and if nothing else, platforms or discussions for everybody to find new options. As I continue to study, I'm actually very focused on mostly behavioral neuroscience at this point, and its integration into the arts. So the two fields I feel are very well connected and cannot be separated. And so much of, I feel that so many of the solutions that we can find in the future really involve a very strong cross-platforming between those two fields, and actually a sort of community of understanding between multiple fields. So this is pretty well what my work is about, and there's much more to go on, but I was only given 10 minutes and I put this together today. And thank you, John, very much for giving me the opportunity to at least mention a few words about that. And I would be more than happy to explore that and explain that a little more further on another occasion. Thank you very, very much, everyone. And yes, this is my work, by the way. I noticed from the chat, somebody mentioned something. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Naomi. I loved your paint, the watercolor painting picture that you had.
Thank you.
I like the way the colors interact with each other, and it was lovely.
Thank you. That's actually called Outbreak from the very
cool.
Yeah. You chose the really impacting one.
Well, impacted me clearly. We'll have lots of time after for some Q&A and things as well. Hopefully too, we'll catch you on Slack and things like that as well, and the other platforms that we've got. So our next speaker, we've got a couple more here. And our next speaker in the session is Patricia Raya. Patricia, I've been looking forward to this one. Patricia, are you here?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Hello there. Lovely to hear your enthusiasm. Are you ready to go?
Yes, I am.
Okay, awesome. I'll give you the floor, pal.
we go to there we go. So yeah, hi, I'm Patricia Raya. I'm a grade 11 student, and I am part of the student voice here at BioSummit. Next slide. So my journey in biotech started all the way back in grade 7 when I changed schools, and my new school had a mandatory science fair that we had to do for marks. And I had the idea of, instead of doing a coding project or volcano with baking soda, I thought, hey, what if I just do genetic engineering in my kitchen? So that's how all of this kind of started with me. And that's what got me, it was the beginning of the work of what I've been researching for the past few years. Next slide. So what I've been working on for the past 4 years is I've been designing a strain of yeast that can survive extreme cold so that it can be used as a biofactory and produce food and materials in cold conditions, like Mars, for example. And this research, I've taken it to international and national science fairs, and I've been able to connect with a bunch of other peers in high school who also do research and do science fairs and learn from this research. Next slide. I have designed plasmids. Next slide. And this research has also taken me to a place where I'm now designing proteins. I've designed an antifreeze protein that's an antifreeze protein and a CCMRAB that are connected, and the CCMRAB allows the protein to connect with other antifreeze protein CCMRABs, which increases antifreeze activity. And I had just finished designing this when COVID hit and I was locked inside my home for a year. Next slide. Now, I just so happened to have a lab in my basement, which was very convenient for COVID. Even though I was originally planning to do my research in a university setting, I ended up being able to adapt my research plan so I could do it in my home and use the freezers and fridges I have in my house and then use my equipment. So I was able to do that, and I was actually pretty successful. I was able to get data, do freeze testing. My protein actually, I think, works, which is really good. I'm really happy about that. However, there's only so much I can do in my house. The next stage of research for me is doing fluorescence and confocal microscopy, which are two things that I cannot do in my basement. I need a university lab to do this. Next slide. Now, I am fortunate enough to have a home-based lab with the equipment I need. The vast majority of science fair students do not have any kind of lab at home. I know the robotics people can kind of work on their robotics projects at home, but especially like the biology people, it's really hard to do this kind of work in a home setting. And a lot of them just had to stop their research when COVID hit. That was the end of it for them. But even for someone like me who has a lab at home, even I need resources that I don't have in my house. And a lot of labs in the DIY bio community also have this problem. There's only so far you can take a project, or certain kinds of projects require certain tools and materials in a DIY bio space. And once you start needing certain expensive or specialized tools or materials, it gets to a point where you need to go to a university space that has these materials. So I guess the question I want to leave you all with is next slide. Is on the next slide. How do we get both students and DIY biologists into these spaces where they continue to learn and do their research? How do we make this stuff more accessible and get these people into these places where they need to be? I do not have the answer, but I'm very curious to hear all your opinions on this. Thanks.
Thanks, Patricia. Patricia, you're getting ahead of the questions and giving us all the questions. That was awesome. I loved seeing your data. That was super exciting. That's like, yeah, I need some help from you in my work.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Natacha, right, from BioBus. Are you here, Natacha?
Yes,
you ready to go?
I'm here.
Awesome. I'll give you the floor then. Thank you.
That was a great presentation, Patricia. I'm sad I have to go after you. So yeah, next slide, please. So I'm Natacha Wright. I'm the Chief Scientific Officer at BioBus. We're a science outreach organization in New York City, and our vision is for all people to achieve their full scientific potential. We focus on communities historically excluded because of race, gender, and socioeconomic backgrounds. And what's pictured here is our mobile lab in front of our community lab. Next slide, please. So our programs are really designed for the students to be able to discover and explore and pursue their scientific potential. So our community lab is located in Harlem, but we also have other focus zones in the Lower East Side and other parts of New York City. But what happens in our Discover classes is that we have our bus and we drive up to a school and community, and the kids can come aboard and do experiment with scientists. But in our Explore classes, they can come to our community labs and do after school programs, summer camps, weekend programs, and we have our Pursue programs, which is really our high school and college internships. And Rob Farley, which is gonna talk right after me, he's gonna really dig into our high school internships so you can really understand those better. What is really important is that we really focus on student voice and inquiry-based and hands-on activities. So next slide, please. When COVID hit, we had really an identity crisis. We were like, what are we if we can't do things in person and we can't do things hands-on? But what was great was that we have this wonderful facilities. They took apart our lab and took microscopes to people's houses, and we were able to then zoom in to classrooms and be able to really interact with the students in that way. We created student town halls where students can then ask questions and submit questions and then interact with scientists through our YouTube Live. And then we made these weekly challenges that kids could do with their parents at home, with like all kinds of materials that you have laying around. And even like you can look outside of your window and see what kind of birds you see, and also look for tree hazards. So we tried to make it as accessible as possible. Next slide, please. So we're back in person. So we've been back in person since the summer, but it's not the same because we don't have the bus. But again, we had to reinvent ourselves. We're like, what is BioBus? What kind of informal education are we trying to really achieve if we don't have this bus and we don't also have the base? So we try to really understand what it is that we do, and we understand that we bring these microscopes and we really try to foster curiosity. We let the students lead, we let them ask questions. And so we just bring microscopes on carts and we put them in gymnasiums, on the sidewalks, in the streets. And also, so we just let the kids come and explore. And it's been amazing because the kids really are just hungry for this hands-on interaction. So the thing is, we have what's pictured here on the left, top left is we're at New York City Public Schools on a track, but we also do public events on the sidewalk. And we're also inside of some schools doing Explore programs, but our community lab is still open. It's open only for our interns. So, because we have like space that we won't want crowded space there. And also I just want to let you know that we have expanded to New England. And so we're in Boston Public Schools already. And if you guys are really interested in interacting with us, if you're in New England, then contact Molly Thurman. But if you are interested in knowing more about BioBus in New York, you can contact me at Natacha, right? And I'll put my stuff in the chat. So I think that's the end. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Natacha. That's beautiful. Love hearing about your stuff. I love the BioBus. Thank you. So we have just one talk left this afternoon, and that is Robert Frawley, who's got a BioBus double bill.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, John, and thank you, Natacha, for taking care of all the background and giving a really great overview. And then I'm going to do what any good microscope lab would do and just zoom in on one thing really specifically. So, so I'm really excited to tell you about this project. And if you were in the panel earlier, you got to hear about this too. But BioBus has been working on a game called Going Viral. And I'll tell you how it works, but also why I think it's so important as a teaching tool, and one that was derived not by folks in a kind of back room, but with our students directly. And so next slide, please. So Going Viral is a game designed by students. And we sat down actually in the summer of 2019 with a group of our middle school students, or I should say with a group of our high school and college students who would be leading camps that summer to pick a game, to make a game for our students to play. And so we kind of picked the brains of our interns, high school and college interns. What viruses have you heard of? What viruses are interesting? Which ones kind of pose the most exciting potential to be characters in a game? And so we were able to really zoom in on these, at first 5. Oh, sorry, I'm getting a little bit of feedback. Is that anybody else? Okay. But we were able to zoom on 5 viruses initially, as depicted here: Zika, rabies, HIV, influenza, and Ebola. And our initial attempts were not so personable. And this is where I really want to draw attention to our artistic designer, Lucas Petrin at Fossil Fracas, who was also in the event earlier, who worked with our next group of interns, that I'll tell you about in a little bit, making these look the way they do. But so these are our original 5 viruses, the 5 that our students felt kind of the most connection to and thought were the most recognizable and interesting. And then we figured out, how do they work? What are the treatments? How do they progress? What does the disease course look like? We started laying out all the scientific information that we wanted our students to learn. And then we tested it with our middle school kids. And immediately got feedback. Our students told us, I like this about the game, I didn't like that about the game. They ironed out our mechanics. They were very involved in gameplay. And so I didn't talk much yet about this 6th virus, which you may have already guessed is COVID, but I actually want to use that as an example. So next slide, please. The artistic process was something that I have never worked on before. And my background is in bioengineering. I really like thinking, and I've used viruses in my research, and I like thinking about the potential of them, but I had never thought about how to make a virus relatable. Even in the talks I'd given about viral transfection, it was not something that I had to do. And so in 2020, when we realized that this was a game worth developing, that talking about viruses was actually very important and making them relatable was our kind of end goal, we brought in Lucas Petrin, who is a recent graduate, 2020 graduate, BFA in biomedical illustration. And that summer, he led our interns through the process of going from what's on the left, which is already an illustration kind of portraying a virus, to what's on the right, which is a friendlier almost, but a more human, a more relatable character that you could reasonably use in a game to represent the same thing. And you can see, sort of drawing on the physical similarities and the shape and structure, but without having to, recognize each of these as glycoproteins or a nucleocapsid or any of the actual kind of parts that a virologist would say are essential. And this was a lens that was very new to me and was incredibly helpful for our students who are often research-based students, but also do a lot of work in science communication. I think this was a huge lesson for us to learn together. And so we applied that through the entire game with a second year's worth of undergraduate summer interns. And next slide, please. And so we were able to take all of the concepts that we wanted to and try to make them feel like legitimate game pieces. So the viruses became character cards. They had attributes and stages, the stages of viral replication, entry, assembly, binding, entry, assembly, synthesis, and budding out of the cell, each of which had a unique cost associated with it that was meant to reflect the progression of the disease in a kind of metaphorical way. And then the cards of the deck are resource cards, but they were ATP. And we worked or I should say Lucas really worked with our students and with these ideas, figuring out what makes sense, what is accurate, what is fun, what looks like a resource card, getting really into the kind of game ideology and how do you make something feel like a game. And I can only report that this summer, for the first time, we were able to play the game in person with students. We brought it to numerous of our summer collaborations at summer camps and summer programs. Kids played it during lunch, kids played it between science activities, kids played it on days when they wouldn't do science otherwise. This is a game that at its heart is a unique game. It's not based off another, but that it has a lot of passive learning opportunities. And one reason that I think I found it to be very successful in having a conversation about what the flu is, how it works, what it needs to do, because a student who played as the flu has some kind of identification with the virus now that they formerly didn't have. And just holding the card and reading a little information, reading what's in the information packet, and becoming just more familiar with terms like coronavirus or lysovirus or ATP, the passive absorption of that knowledge is really, really exciting as an educator. And so next slide, please. We are moving forward with the game. So Lucas, having volunteered and worked as an intern with us, is continuing to produce the artwork on this game. And we're really excited to have it up on our website and social media, but also eventually have it up on a Kickstarter to produce and distribute going viral. And I can't stress enough how throughout the entire process of making this game, I may have had ideas, other staff may have had thoughts, but we really tried to make the space for student voice to determine how this game would be designed and executed. And in our earlier talks, Lucas highlighted how doing this remotely was very difficult, and we really required a younger perspective, a gaming perspective. We used game simulators online, and it made it possible to play test this game with a group of college students remotely using an online card game simulator. And these were things that would have been impossible for a team of biomedical engineers to try to do. And it's also, I think, very powerful to think about what is and isn't reasonable for student-based projects. This was something that I wouldn't have known how to do without collaborating with a completely different type of scientist, completely different type of professional and graphic artist who has so much experience in gaming. But it was something that the students were interested in and that the world became interested in. And really just listening to what our community was saying, learning about viruses, learning about health, and doing it in a way that's engaging and not boring. That's what sort of led us to here. And so I think that's everything that we wanted to say about this. And a huge shout out to all of our interns, from Ruby and Desiree, who kind of conceived of the game, to all the interns who've worked on it since.
Brilliant, thanks so much, Rob. So that's the last of our talks for this session. We've got a little bit more time. If anyone has any burning questions they'd like to ask, you stick them in the chat, or feel free to unmute yourself and ask them to any of our speakers. Justice has put one in the chat already to kick us off about Justice. You want to unmute yourself and ask?
Yes, I have seen and followed the BioBus game a little bit, and I'm really excited that synthetic biology and all these iterations of it are sort of unfolding in all these different ways. Games would have not been at the top of on my radar this early in the development, and so kudos to you for that. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about the process of enlisting youth and designing and creating those games. What did it involve, and how did you sort of help them achieve the sort of the learning threshold to really be able to contribute meaningfully? And so I would love to hear about what that looked like.
Sure, I'll try to give a brief run through. So we played the game with our, we had college students create it. How does it work? They came up with the rules, a card drawing game. We had the middle school kids play it, and they gave us honest feedback about how did it feel to play. And then we asked the college kids to ask if the changes we were making still reflected the biology that they had studied. And so we gave them kind of a chance to say, this rule is important because that's what viruses really do. This rule was arbitrary and we could change it. After playing, we had a form that we started to fill out. Which virus won, how was the gameplay? And so students would play it. They would play, well, in first summer they played in person, but then, like I said, we moved to an online simulator, tabletop simulator on Steam, where we could upload our own assets. And the students would play, just register their experience, make suggestions on rule changes. And that was good for our college kids who could download Steam and had the software. We also attempted to make a printer-friendly version. And that one was a little bit harder, but we made a Word document that contained all the cards and you could print them all out, and they were double-sided. And I think a couple of families may have done that. That was a little bit harder. So I would say that was a pandemic trial and error, but we really tried to get the game into the hands of more people to play it virtually. And now back in person, we printed a limited number of games, and students in our after school and weekend and summer programs are able to play it leisurely and talk about their experience.
Really fantastic. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you.
We've got another 2 minutes if there's any more questions for anyone. You can unmute yourself if you'd like to, or put it in the chat.
I have a question because
Go
I'm
on then,
another one. I'm a absolute fan of Patricia's. And so I wonder if you could tell me or share with us all, Patricia, what you've been up to since the last Bio Summit. I mean, I want to know what your plans are for the future. I mean, are you already in college? What are you thinking about? What have you been up to? Everything, please. I know you co-edited a book from Genetic Zero to Hero.
Oh, Zero to Genetic Engineering Hero. That was actually a few years back.
Tell us
Oh, man.
what's been going on.
Oh, what has been happening? I feel like I blinked and then a year passed. I finished designing that one protein I was talking about earlier. It's doing much better than I thought it would, which is a good feeling. Oh man. I put it in a plasmid. I ordered the plasmid. I then engineered the plasmid into yeast. I did some freeze testing in my basement, which was fun. We ended up, we have like a basement freezer that we store store foods in. We have like the upstairs fridge and freezer, then we have a basement freezer. So I did some freeze testing in there. That's about like what, -30-ish, I think. And then I ended up getting dry ice and just putting it on my doorstep and then putting samples in there. So I was able to do freeze testing, which was good. And I did freeze testing 2 years before that. That was less good. So I'm happy that I'm improving my I cannot speak today. I'm happy that I was able to improve my experiment from the last time I did. I know right now I'm trying to find lab access because I need microscopy. I want to do fluorescence and confocal microscopy on my cells so I can see where my antifreeze protein is localizing in the cell. Because my antifreeze protein, how it works, is it's an antifreeze protein connected to a CC-MRAB, which is like bacterial actin. So all the MRABs connect together in a chain, and since all those MRABs are attached to antifreeze proteins, all the antifreeze proteins are now connected in a chain, and that should be increasing antifreeze activity. So I want to see if they're actually connecting and where they are. I know the version of the protein I currently have is one with an FP attached to it, so it's easier for me to see. So I want to check that out. And then there's another function.
Patricia, I really don't want to interrupt you because
sorry.
I'm loving listening to all your stuff. No, don't apologize. I'm loving it. But we're at time now. So we have another session come up in 10 minutes or so. But if people are around, they can probably still, I don't know, catch you on Slack. And the thing I keep on forgetting the name of, social space chat thingy.
Oh yeah,
yeah. So anyway, yeah. Thanks so much for chat. Thanks to Spatial Chat. Thank you, Desiree. Yeah, thanks to all of our awesome speakers this afternoon. It's been really, really cool. Really, really enjoyed listening to y'all. It's been great to hear y'all. So a round of applause for all these fantastic people today. So we'll have a little break now, and then we're back again in 10 minutes. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Justice. This is going to be great practice for me at managing multiple screens and devices and things. So if things fly around in unexpected ways, just bear with me. It'll be extra fun. Anyways, welcome to Prototyping Your Practice, Action Equity in Teaching and Learning. And I guess I'll just go through our normal slides. Thank you, sponsors. But I wanted to land on this slide for a second. This slide shows the lovely group of people who organized this session for you all. And these are all wonderfully thoughtful and creative people. And so we're really excited today to try out something that's a little different as far as format goes, and try to see if we can deepen the conversation and engagement around some of the topics that were broached in the keynotes this morning around equity and access, and how we think about those as integrating into our practices as we think about learning and education. And so I'm obviously Anya. I'm a program director for biology and design at the Tech Interactive in San Jose, California. And we're a hands-on science and technology center. So I do education in the informal setting space. And later on in the talk, in the session, you'll hear both from Justice Walker and Alisha Collins today. Callie is moving across the country today, so could not join us, but she is here in spirit, and much of the design idea is from her. Okay, so that was your welcome, and now here's a second welcome with a little bit more of the logistics for what to expect from today. This was organized to be a low-key interactive session where everybody gets to share and discuss their work and ideas with others. We're going to use a digital whiteboard and sort of explore what rapid prototyping could look like as we think about integrating equity into biology education. And one of the core ideas behind this session really was that we know there are so many experts and thought leaders in the BioSummit community that we really wanted to center the expertise of everyone participating in these conversations and collectively think about what it means to integrate equity in your own work and your own practice. So we're going to listen to each other and learn from each other, with the core goal really being that everybody brings something and everybody takes something away. And I really love that last phrasing, and I definitely need to credit Alisha for that phrase. She has a wonderful way with words, and so just remember, everybody brings something, everybody takes something. And a few more logistic things. We're going to be using a virtual whiteboard, as I mentioned, so you'll need a device to be able to access that. And additionally, a pen and paper could be useful if you're the kind of person who wants to take notes on paper or just sort of sketch out your ideas. And we're going to start with some framing from both Justice and Alisha as they share some information and stories. And then we'll move on to the section where we break out into smaller breakout rooms, and everybody here will get a chance to work with a partner to think about their own practice and share, and we'll do some group discussions interspersed with that. And hopefully everybody walks away with something productive and an idea of something they could use in their future work.
Thanks, Anya. And so I'll keep it pretty straightforward. Most of you, if you've been around for over the arc of the BioSummit, you know that in the very first BioSummit, learning in ed wasn't a formal track, but everyone was doing it. And it was through that observation and recognizing how much growth was happening in our community that we sort of said we need to take a moment to sort of spotlight some of the incredible efforts around equity that are taking place. And we learned from, as Paulo Blickstein said earlier, from other fields like computing and making, that if we don't put upfront talks and conversations around equity, relationship building, community building, then we will fall at risk of some of the sort of consequences that we've seen in those fields. I won't go through them all. And so what we're really interested in is, as we evolve this track, thinking a little bit about with you all, sort of like we do in the Fellows Program, how we might engage community and learn from your practices in ways that can help us and empower us in our own. And so Anya and myself and Callie and others, Alisha, we came up with this idea to conduct a rapid prototyping style intervention design where we share with each other sort of what our best practices are in building community, and then prototype maybe some ideas that we might use in action once the Bio Summit is over. And so with that, I'd like to hand it over to Alisha.
Hi, everybody. I am a designer and educator, and my whole passion is fostering creativity and compassion among children. And in my practice, I do that by combining new technologies and storytelling. So today I want to share with you some of my experiences entering into this whole bio design space or community bio space. And I want to start with the question that David Kong asked this morning: who gets to participate in science? And I guess that's a question we all keep asking, and that has led me to highlight 3 of the projects. Can you move to the next slide? And 3 of the projects had these 3 motivations. The first one, so I was basically teaching mostly computing and robotics stuff in the classroom, and I realized there were not many girls electing to do those courses. So I thought about, like, what if we present a course that has a bit of everything around materials? So we look at manipulating materials as like kind of as a dance, and all the students are choreographers, you know, creating these sequences, and look at microbial level, molecular level, and also manipulation with physical stuff. So that's what led me to the motivation about how to broaden participation for science among girls. The second time I started thinking about this whole concept of like how researchers, I mean, somehow we use how children should not be used as research subjects, but rather the research partners. I see that's a problem, that somewhere everybody's designing things and including children, somewhere it's participatory, but what are we trying to give back? So that led me to design this module around designing biowearables to engage children in learning about assessing their own wellness and well-being and design these wearable devices. So they're not just contributing with what they think should happen or how the way it should be designed, but also gaining the skills necessary so that they can design their own devices. And the third aspect, I started thinking about teachers. And I shared that earlier in my work with the current work with Brilliant Labs, that there is this kind of like gap when we think about teachers and why certain things are not happening at school. I mean, there are different barriers. Some of them don't have enough funding, some have funding, but they still find the content not approachable or don't know what to do. So I started thinking about like, how do you basically overcome these barriers to the practice? So in all this work, I have identified certain design strategies or themes that has worked for me that I would like to share with you. If you go to the next slide, the first principle basically is like engage students in designing meaningful experience. It's our role basically to understand where our students are coming from, what do they like, what do they aspire to, and then bring those experiences into our work while engaging them. Next slide, please. Next, okay. So the second one is the design small experiences for big aspirations. So when I was a student at the Media Lab, the first day I enter and I see these beautiful silk pavilion. And I started questioning, like, you know, there's this beautiful work in the academia. How do we inspire students to do this in their classroom? So I started bringing silkworm and other stuff. And this is the project, a middle school project inspired by the silk pavilion made with silkworms. Next slide, please. it's very, very important to explore what has been there in the past that appeals to our audiences. So in our work, we've noticed that some interest areas like embroidery, craft stuff, that was more appealing to the students. So we started bringing in how to present technology to these native craft and combine them and blend them. Next slide, please. And this is kind of important, where we like, there's so much stuff around that seems mundane, but how do we find beauty or sublime in the mundane? So you know, where do ideas come from? We seek inspiration from everyday life, and it's very important to practice that, to apply that into our teaching or community thing interventions. Next slide, please. And this one is tricky, especially what we heard from Pavla Bixtin this morning. When we think about children, they're very vulnerable, especially in the current world. There's so much pressure to constantly being right, getting the right answers, getting the right test scores, that we forget the whole playfulness and iterative design element. So it's very important to come up with those experiences that allow youth to take more risk, to expand beyond what they are familiar with, but also provide these rooms for reflection so that if they get stuck, they have the support of the community to get unstuck. And reflections are very, very important part of that process. Next slide, please. And again, you know, we want the young people to prepare for the future that none of us have any idea what will happen. So we need to encourage them to aspire to do the unthinkable and explore these new ideas that may not seem realistic, allow them to speculate, and then believe in their vision and provide them support. And so these are like my two favorite examples, where one of the students was trying to think about a dehydration detector. He's like, oh, when I play in the recess, I get very tired. I need to know when I should drink some water. I need that reminder. And we started exploring. It's like, it seems like a simple thing, but it's very difficult. So he started thinking about like how I can prototype to using moisture sensors and come up with this wearable. Similarly, this other student started exploring this idea of eustress and distress. So he talked about, of course, we can detect stress, but how do I know it's a good stress or a bad stress if I design a wearable? So, and again, what mattered to them was most about like designing these things for somebody else, for their siblings, for their parents. So as we engage people that we work with, you know, whether they're children and adults, it's really important to ask these questions about like why we are designing things and whom we are designing these for, and how to make this happen. And that's what I want to end it. Like, these are all the principles that we need to think about in our practice, that who are we catering for? What are we, taking from the audience that we're working with? And as Anya mentioned, what are we giving back? And it's kind of like choreography. It's kind of like that dance. We kind of merge, take ideas, go back and forth, and create these wonderful experiences.
Thank you so much, Alisha. I always love listening to you talk. And thanks for sharing your work and how you think about some of these really, really valuable principles for creating educational experiences that can help provide opportunities for equity and engagement for a whole variety of audiences. I definitely found it inspirational, and I'm going to think about how I can use some of those in my own practice. Now is the opportunity for the rest of the people in the room to also do something somewhat similar with a partner and start to share your own work and what you've been thinking about and how you might think about integrating equity into your practice. Or maybe it's just the tensions and the challenges that you've encountered, and we want to work through some of that. So what we're going to do now is move from sort of the group setting into smaller breakout rooms so that everybody can have a partner to share with and really get to know. And we're going to then leverage a virtual whiteboard to sort of share back thoughts from those individual conversations so that we can have sort of a collective artifact from all of the thinking and conversations that happen during this breakout session. And since we are going to use a tool that is perhaps new to many of you, I'm going to do a quick dive into how to use this virtual whiteboard, which is called Miro. And let's see if I can successfully transition to that screen. Oops, not that one. Yeah. Are you all seeing a new screen now with a bunch of sticky notes? Great. Yeah, Melissa, if you want to go ahead and share the link, actually, people can get started logging on, but I'll also use the screen share to sort of walk you through some of the basics of how to use this really cool tool that hopefully will allow us to sort of group our thoughts together over time. So yeah, this is sort of the high level view of what we're calling our virtual whiteboard. You can see there are various regions within this whiteboard. There's a lot going on, but we can focus in for most of your time on just these, the ones that are called question 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are the questions we're going to be discussing. But first, to just orient, there's a few simple things that you need to know about how to use this whiteboard space. To move around, you need to have a little hand so you can drag and drop the screen. If you're working on a computer, if you push and hold the space bar, a little hand will appear and you can move around. If you then realize you can't read any of that text because it is way too small, there's a plus and minus in the bottom of the screen that you can use to zoom in. Once you've zoomed in, you again can use the space bar to move yourself around anywhere you need to. And then to type, we have already pre-placed sticky notes for everybody to type their thought snippets onto as they're having discussions. All you need to do is double click and a cursor will appear, and then you can type stuff. And I'm bad at typing, so I'm just going to use random letters. And you can see it automatically resizes as you type, so don't feel limited by the size of the sticky note. A few more useful things if you're feeling ambitious about trying out this new tool. If you want, you can use these little blue arrows to link to another sticky note. If you had thoughts that were related and you want to highlight that, that's fine. I sometimes find the arrows get out of control. So if you also want to not try that, that is just fine. And then if we zoom back out, there's a few other little fun bonus things that people can explore if they would like. If you have questions while you're on the Miro board, feel free to drop it here. We'll try to answer them in real time. If you want to use one of these available stars, you can drag and drop it on top of the sticky note that you really like. Yeah, so those are the basic mechanics of the board. But if it's feeling overwhelming, just remember that the important things are these core questions here in the center of the board, which we're going to be using to scaffold our discussions in breakout rooms and then come back and talk through as a larger group. So just think about adding some sticky notes with your thoughts about answers to these different questions. And that will be what's most valuable and important. Okay, let's see. And now I'm going to go back. Oops, that's not the right one. Yeah, so coming back to the slide, we've now had a whirlwind introduction to Miro, and if anybody after that has immediate questions or immediately realizes they cannot access the Miro board, feel free to sort of raise your hand and jump in now. But what we're going to do is move you all into breakout rooms at this point to have a conversation with a partner about those 4 questions, which Melissa has also nicely posted in the chat if you want to see them there. And then as you're having your discussion, please use that time to also add 3 to 4 sticky notes, summarizing some of your ideas onto those different question spaces. Okay, so now I'm going to see how I do with making breakout rooms. So bear with me. This is going to be exciting. Welcome back, everyone. It looks like people successfully were able to use the Miro board. That was exciting. Yeah, so I'm gonna turn it over to Alisha in a second, but we're now thinking we would do a sort of a little bit of a group reflection on some of the themes and ideas that were shared in the smaller breakout room section. So I'm going to post a few questions in the chat that we can use to sort of get our juices flowing, and then turn it over to Alisha.
All right, well, thank you everybody for beautifully posting about your work, your reflection on the Miro board. And I guess this is a good time for all of us to share with the larger group. So what basically were the key ideas and tensions that while you were talking and reflecting on your practice that you identified? I guess you are welcome to unmute yourself. I can maybe start with one, and feel free to unmute yourself and share with the larger group, like what are some things that you identified. So I see on the board in the tension section, there's a couple that talk about being virtually on internet or transitioning to the online programming, like is so used in person. So that was kind of a tension. So that I see that emerging, but also in the areas about more communicating as something that we have found, listening to the community. And I guess that's the thing about how in the online world we can listen to the community. So that's the key theme that I'm thinking about. But I'm curious, what do others think? What stood out for you? If you haven't gotten a chance to look at the Miro board, I'll give you a minute, but you can also just share what you were talking in your group.
One thing that I noticed on the Miro board is that as far as incorporating equity into your personal philosophy education, there was a lot of love for the paying participant stipends for their engagement, which really resonated with me as well. And I was curious if people that had thought through, like people can share what they were thinking about that, or who if anybody wants to share what their thoughts were and putting that up, that would be interesting.
Well, as an academic, I love that one because a lot of times, and I also added misappropriation of funds, and I didn't mean in a sort of nefarious way, but sometimes when we're sort of seeking funding, it's often, at least from my perspective, we want the investment to be in infrastructure, but then we forget that human capital is very expensive, and a lot of times the folks we're interacting with need the support or could use the support, or it's a way of sort of valuing what they do. Another sort of tension that sort of comes up for me a lot is when we think about equity and access and those things, I wonder whose equity we are really talking about, right? Like whose definition of what that looks like counts and matters, and how do you sort of unpack that and deal with it, right? Like I might want to design an intervention that makes a lot of sense for my research and it takes an equity perspective, but is it the kind of equity the community needs or even wants? And so those are things I have a hard time with. I would love to hear what others think about that. I'm sure you think about those issues, I hope.
I would just like to,
okay.
I just wanted to echo that it's that's a great question, and that's something we're kind of running into. Like how do you engage a community that you do have no organic connection to, and so it feels very forced, or how do you engage? And ideally it's all relational, but that's the hard part too. It takes time.
And it's interesting we're asking these questions because when I was reading the section on what drives you to bring equity to science, I see some of the things like people here are not being from science background or having these complex language in the academia. So I wonder, like, based on our own personal experiences, I'm sure like at some point we might have felt like an outsider ourselves. And it's reflected through some of the points that you've shared. So what brought you to the community? Like, how did you resolve those things in your own lives? Maybe help us solve. So I'm curious about like what helped you overcome those barriers, being an outsider to engage in the community.
Oh, I see Thelma. Dying to hear what Thelma has to say.
Do you hear me well? Because yeah, awesome. Well, I found in Facebook, like randomly in a group, like Mexican women in science. So I added myself, and we were like in different backgrounds, like social sciences, mathematicians, biologists, all kind of sciences. And I started my own like infographics page in Instagram. And some of them that were not in scientific, like me, like I'm a chemist, but people from other areas came to me and told me like, can you make an infographic of what I do? And I say like, I have no clue what you do, but we can totally chat and I can put that into an infographic with many colors and all that. And that really worked very good. And now I somehow changed and create a business model out of that. And now some researchers and some institutes come to me and say, oh, can you do this with these textbooks and all this background? Can you transform that into an infographic? And that is really working good. And that's kind of a freelance job that you can have if you love to communicate science and you're struggling with money. So maybe that is a good advice. Maybe you can start creating infographics or videos or the multimedia thing you like to do from other sciences, not only your own. So yeah, that can be funding.
And that's really interesting. It sounds like the intersection of biology with other topics of interest was like a key entry point, which is also an interesting tool or opportunity for creating equity that Alisha talked about a little bit too in her story.
I like Jim just shared that as a non-scientist but a communicator, I think that youth engagement and understanding of science also develop critical thinking. And it seems that science ignorance is tearing the world apart, which I hear you and I can totally connect with you. And I'm thinking about these other barriers, like, you know, when we think about communication, science communication, what are the most effective ways? But all of these things, all our efforts require funding. And that's what I noticed as one of the barriers on the mirror board a lot of you talked about. What are some of the strategies that may have worked for you? I know that the funding comes like as a first problem that everybody talks about. So I'm curious, like for some people, like that there are certain things that you've tried that have worked. So what has worked for you to maybe slightly overcome that barrier, if not fully?
I guess I can say something. Hi everyone, hi friends that I know already. So what we do a lot, so we're a science education company, we do kits and supplies, but we offer free version that are online only. So it's not the same as doing hands-on, but that sort of gets people excited. But the other thing we do is so some schools have a lot of money, and then with those purchases, then we can use the profit to donate, you know, kits for those schools who don't, and it's not enough, but you know, it's something that you can do. So we do that, and then we also donate our time to mentor and then do free events as well. So yeah, it's hard to scale that up, but I think a few companies have managed to do it, like at least in shoe wear and things like that. So yeah, I don't know.
Thank you so much for sharing, Julie.
Yeah, I was going to say that's really fantastic to hear from as an outsider. When I look at Amino Biolabs, it's like one of the sort of unicorns of STEM education, technology in the life sciences, and to think about to hear you say that it's not easy to scale up is sort of relieving, because I know in sort of the economic structure we live in, we often think about everything in terms of scale. And so I think it's really cool to sort of, as a starting point, recognize that maybe the scale game just doesn't work when we're attending to issues of equity. And maybe it really just starts with relationship building and communities and just thinking about how to align priorities in such a way that you can make nimble steps toward sort of a common good. So that was refreshing, Julie, because as an outsider, everything you all do seems like incredible, and it's refreshing to hear you say that it just doesn't always work that way to do things at scale.
Not to put you on the spot, John, but I see you raised a very significant point in the discussion, and I would like to hear it again if you're okay with it, with the whole group.
Hi, Alisha. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, Jim and I had a bit of a chat about people that are sort of volunteering lots of time to try and build things like resources and do some training with students and things like that, or make spaces and things like community labs and stuff. but it sort of ends up being a voluntary effort that's a spare time thing and things like that, and maybe you end up burning out. So there's a sort of sustainability problem there, and maybe the solution to that is somehow institutionalizing permanent staff, people that are able to do that in a certain way. I'm not sure exactly how you make that happen though. Maybe we need to make, I don't know, I would do a job like that if it was a thing we want someone that's been a scientific researcher to come and be just in a lab doing experiments with students and things, exploring things with them. I'd love to do something like that. Anyway, I'm waffling a little bit now.
It's great to hear from you, John. And sorry, we were just having a side discussion. We were thinking originally we'd put you guys back into breakout rooms, but we've been having such a great discussion. I think we might just continue here if that works for Alisha and Justice and people, since we only have 7 minutes left.
I'm just amazed that we have such brain power in this session. It's amazing to hear everybody's insight, and also looking at the mirror board. And it would be nice to move into like some of the things that have worked for you. We're talking about all these barriers, to name a few. It would be interesting that we can all build on each other's ideas and explore like the solution space, like, what are we doing or what can we do to overcome these tensions or barriers? So let us know your thoughts on that.
I can share. I didn't write this on the board, but I think for us, we do STEM education. Obviously with COVID, it rapidly changed. Just like Alisha, who shared earlier, we started sending kits home. And we realized really quickly that you need to drastically simplify what you were doing in person to deliver it virtually. So every time we iterate on our virtual programming, we're cutting something out so that we can make the activities that are staying much more impactful, which is hard when we've all worked really hard to build something so cohesive to pick your favorite parts. So I think simplifying is one thing that's worked really well for us.
I also see a sticky note here that says participatory design, and that one really intrigues me, and it's a wonderful concept. I was wondering if other people had thoughts about how they had maybe applied that in their work.
Yeah, what did you mean, whoever wrote that, by participatory design, and what does that look like?
So that was me. So participatory design is when you get participants to design with you. So for example, if you're designing a kit for students to do bio art, then it's kind of like what Alisha mentioned earlier. And I believe it's what Alisha does, because I think we both learned it a little bit at the Media Lab. But it's when you bring people together. So you might have an idea or not, or a topic. So you might say, okay, we're going to explore bio art, but you don't necessarily have the solution. The participants in the group together, you create something. And so for us, that meant writing a book with Patricia to make sure that other students could understand it, because I'm not a student. Justin, my co-founder, is not a student. We're not 12 years old. We don't know well, she was 12, she's no longer 12, but we don't know what's important to them. And we also had, Patricia's dad, Jim, who's here, talk a little bit about what it meant as a father. So I guess that's what it means to do participatory design with examples, is just to involve the participants that are going to end up using it into the process of creating the object or the content.
That's great. Yeah, reminds me of co-design. Very similar. Yeah.
I wanted to say that when I saw this note about the funding issues, and there are some of the things that have worked with the Brilliant Lab for us is thinking about other organizations that have access to the resources that are also part of the community, especially during the pandemic time, and like sharing those resources. So for instance, a lot of libraries basically also shut down during the pandemic, and we were doing the camps. We started thinking about that as a space where people can come and collect kits or have like the tools that they could borrow. so that you don't have to necessarily like give like separate kits for everybody, but you can sanitize it and reuse them again. And it's incredible once you start thinking about the other organization and think about like working together rather than being competitive. Amazing result happens. And thinking about collaborations, this is something that Brilliant Lab does that it was surprising for me when I joined, that they work directly with the school boards or the school system, the public school system. And that's incredible when we're trying to bring a systemic change. Of course, that doesn't solve all the problems, because it's like a wicked thing. You try to solve it and 10 other problems arise in the process, but at least you have taken that first step towards that. You know, it's the funding and other thing issue is not going to resolve on its own, but I guess with these small steps, you can overcome. And the other thing I've noticed is that, as Julie mentioned, there are other schools that have so much funding, and the things are sitting there and collecting dust. So, you know, how can we somehow empower them to share their resources and ideas with others? And I'm wondering, what are other people's ideas on this matter? Or as when the pandemic thing hit, like what are some new strategies, like, you know, the problems that you faced, how did you overcome those barriers?
These are all great questions. And if people want to, the Miro board is going to continue to persist. And so we do hope that people come back and add more thoughts to it. I'm jumping in, Alisha, only because we do only have 1 minute left. So if there is nobody jumping at the bit right now, if somebody does want to jump in and speak, feel free to let me know. But in the absence of that, we are ready to sort of wind down this session. And I just wanted to thank everybody for joining us on this experiment. I think it's really insightful to see all of the wonderful comments on the Miro board. I thought the discussion was really insightful. And I know that I plan to come back to this Miro board and really dive into all of the thoughtful details that I didn't have time to look at while trying to manage other things. So yeah, we're nearly at the end. I just wanted to remind people that the Miro board will be available. I will share it out in the Learning and Ed Slack channel, so anybody can come back and check it out and continue to add to it. And yeah, I don't know if there's any other backup that Alisha wants to do.
No, I just want to have a request from everybody that, when you get a chance after a session on the Miro board, just add like one key takeaway from this discussion that you've had with others in the breakout room, just so that we can articulate these thoughts and then just make sure that there's a representation around it. So whenever you get a chance, it will be.
All right, so it's the final hour of Learning and Ed. Everyone, if you're exhausted, that means we executed almost perfectly. It's been a full, 6-7 hours of conversations with colleagues around teaching and learning. And so I sort of alluded to this story previously. I'm going to share it again because it is so important to me to give you all sort of context. But 4 years ago, when the BioSummit first sort of unfolded, I was a doctoral student and had been invited through my advisors and various folks. And I saw when I had attended that not only was the community super incredible, and I was inspired by a lot of the community organizing work David had done to bring it together, but I noticed that learning and education was happening everywhere, but there was no formal sort of event to coalesce folks who were in the effort. And so over the years, we've worked from having conversations in the Media Lab hallways to having a breakout session, to having a main stage event at the Media Lab, to having a full track with keynote representation last year. And this year, if you joined us, you know that we had two really major pioneers in the learning sciences sort of deliver thoughts about learning and ed. And none of this has been sort of random, right? We've thought very carefully around the arc of the conversation and how to bring it to this very point. And last year we had a breadth of sort of programming that lasted through the midnight hours as Asia Pacific in Africa sort of kept everything going throughout the night. And this year we focused a little bit more on depth. That is, we wanted to be a little bit more focused and intentional about how we think about equity and a lot of the things that are sort of quintessential to the ethos that is evolving in the BioSummit around the democratization of technologies, making life sciences more accessible than before. And all those conversations that happened throughout today were reflective of that. And we close intentionally with this conversation around community building, because after all, that is sort of important and it undergirds everything, as I said earlier, that GCBS is about. And so when thinking about with the organizing team, what made sense for sort of folks, thought leaders helping us think through some of these things, 3 voices stood out. The first, I'll just go in sort of different order as I did before, but the first is Fouad Hamidi, who does a lot of work with Bugs, a community lab in Baltimore. I'll let him talk a little bit about who he is and what he does, but what's inspiring about Fouad, a collaborator and a colleague, is that he uses in his work co-design perspective. So perspective similar to what Julie Legault in the last session brought up, the founder of Amino Labs, which is this idea that we might co-design futures with the people with whom we work. And so I thought that would be, we thought this would be an interesting perspective to bring around community building. And so that was the first. The second was Kathy Chen, who I met about, I want to say a little over a year ago. I only learned about the Fab Lab El Paso on a walk from downtown El Paso up the hill to UTEP. And I saw the space and I was just blown away that this El Paso, a region that you would not expect these sort of fringe cultural, informal learning fabrication lab spaces to exist, had one and thriving. And it was through learning about Kathy's story and the arc and the trajectory that took them from Japan to El Paso in different locations in El Paso, forging collaborations with museums and the local community, that I thought made a lot of sense to think about what it takes to build community in a space that you might not, or an environment that you might not expect to exist in. And so I thought this voice made a lot of sense. And finally, it's through my work with Leon Elcock, who's consistently inspiring in my informal conversations with him, as he does work with Ginkgo Bioworks, Christina Akapakis, all these really sort of celebrities in the space. And yet when you talk to Leon, you find that he is very firm on his position around equity and power and what it might look like to have a bioeconomy that is disruptive and representative of the groups that we aim to serve. And so I thought these collection of voices would give very different perspectives on what it means to build community, which is why I hope today to have a fireside chat with them where you all can interact and ask questions and think through some of the complexities and the webs they've had to navigate to establish what are thriving communities and perspectives around the subject. And so without further ado, I'm going to start the slide deck off. I think Fouad, you're up first, and then goes Kathy, and then goes Leon. And so if it's okay with you, I'll get you started. Is that cool?
Yeah, thank you very much, Justice. I was actually going to ask if it's okay if I share my slides, because I added a few ones to the beginning, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
My apologies.
No, don't apologize. So this is your turf, it's community. So yeah, you're co-host, so you can take it away.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Excellent. Well, thank you, everyone. Thanks, Justice, for having me, inviting me here. This has been excellent to kind of listen to some of the earlier talks today. I kind of was coming in and out of the sessions, and I think there's a lot of kind of exciting kind of synergies happening. As Justice mentioned, we actually met in a community lab. So that's kind of one a piece that I wanted to mention. So in Baltimore, where I'm located at the moment, so I'm at University of Maryland, Baltimore County, and we have a community lab here, BUGS, Baltimore Underground Science Space. And actually, Justice and I met there first, and then that was the beginning of a collaboration and friendship over the years. So, yes.
I just, sorry for interrupting, but right now I only see a narrow slice of your screen. It's like Baltimore is cut off.
Oh, okay. Let me try this one. Let me try sharing again.
Perfect.
Is that better?
Yeah, I see the whole thing now. But I also see your notes.
Oh, you do see my notes?
Yeah.
Use slideshow. Can you see my slides now?
Let's see. I cannot.
Oh, let me see. How about now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, so as I mentioned, Justice and I met at BUGS, and you'll see BUGS' logo among some of the logos on this page. And I'm an assistant professor at the University of Maryland, Baltimore County in information systems. So right away, you'll see that there's some kind of disconnect between, let's say, biology and information system, but I want to argue that there's also a lot of synergies and possibilities for connection. One of the things that I would like to first mention is that at UMBC, I am the director of Designing Participatory Futures Lab. You see photos of my students kind of doing activities here. And as you'll see, a lot of these activities kind of have hand-on components. And I would say almost more than half of the activities don't take place on the university campus. So we have collaborations with maker spaces, with community network, DIY network creators, and free internet providers, and also community labs. And a lot of my research kind of takes place in these spaces. So there's a lot of connection between the university and the labs that we, or the community organizations that we kind of engage in. And my students always kind of have a presence in these spaces, and vice versa. We have community organizers also coming to our lab. So my background in information systems, the particular focus is human-computer interaction. So the area where kind of humans and computers or digital technologies encounter each other. I think a lot about interaction and how to create emerging technologies that kind of facilitate and create new forms of interaction and support different stakeholders in connecting together, and both through empowerment and also learning. So the specific area that I've focused on since my PhD has been the area living media interfaces that combine digital interactive components with living organisms. So specifically for my PhD as an example, and this is a project that I presented last year at the Bio Summit, is a project called Rafiq, which means companion in Farsi and Arabic. And it was essentially combining a living mushroom colony with an app that would detect activities in the household and then water the mushroom. So the mushroom's growth kind of reacted to a series of activities that we were looking at in the household. I won't go into it too much because it's not exactly the topic of the talk, but I wanted to just mention as an example this kind of bio design type project that I've been working on. So in the last few years, I've been kind of thinking a lot about community engagement and specifically what are some interesting or underexplored mechanisms for community engagement. And this kind of brought me to the current project, which actually took place outside of the university. So I spent a lot of time at the community lab that I mentioned to be able to, first of all, learn how to do this project. I had a concept, but I wanted to learn how to do it and then co-design with my colleagues from very different disciplines to create an interactive experience for different audiences. So as I mentioned, community engagement is a big kind of broad movement and kind of refers to a series of different mechanisms, different activities, and different values that both in academia and outside, we think about what are some ways to work to better connect with our surrounding and our kind of stakeholder communities. And in this particular project, I was interested in looking at bioart as a mechanism for community engagement. Of course, artistic practices have a long history to facilitate both connecting with the public, creating publics around values and around experiences, but also as modes of cultural production. So thinking about what are some of the cultural outputs that can come from artistic creativity. So in this project, I draw on my kind of background as an Iranian or Persian kind of immigrant, and I thought about wine, which is a metaphor in Persian poetry for transformation. And I wanted to kind of work with this idea of transformation and kind of poetry and think about how can we basically transform a poem into a poetic metaphor and vice versa. So the terms or language around wine and winemaking has been used a lot in Sufi traditions to refer to spiritual transformations, but they're also controversial because within the Islamic tradition, alcohol and winemaking are taboo activities. So I was kind of very drawn to this from an artistic perspective because bioart often engages with ethical questions around whether we should engage in working with basically manipulating or working with living organisms creatively. So I thought there was a really nice parallel there. So I chose a poem by Hafez, who's one of the most famous poets in Iran, and he was a 14th century Sufi poet. And in his poetry, he talks a lot about timelessness and transformation. So this is a calligraphy of the specific poem that I chose, and I have a lot of personal connections to this. Happy to go into it if it's relevant later. But essentially the poem, and I'm gonna read it in Farsi very quickly, is just 2 lines of his very famous poetry. هرگز نمیرد آن که دلش زنده شد به عشق، ثبت است بر جریده عالم دوام ما. And the translation, or one translation, is one whose heart is revived by love never dies. Our continuity is written on the face of time. So I don't want to interpret poetry, but you can see that there are themes of timelessness and transformation already present in this poem. So I wanted to pay homage to the persistence and the existence of this poetry to this day and its relevance and how it has kind of actually aged very well over time. And so I basically thought of the poem as information that then I could kind of take each word in the poem and use Morse code to basically turn it digital, so zeros and ones or dash and dot, and then turn that into CGTA, the molecules that create DNA. And then from there, I used another transformation or mapping to turn the CGTAs into, or the digital 1 and zeros into the CGTA, the 4 letters. And from there, I kind of added some additional molecules to the beginning and the end to make this a viable, basically artist DNA code. And I did this with work of, with help of biologists who were at the time at Bucks. So once we had the code, the next step was to fabricate it. So we sent this to a lab, a chemistry lab. They created it and sent it back to us. we had it on a plasmid backbone. We were then able to amplify this into millions of copies by inserting it into the DNA code of bacteria and growing it over time. Then we extracted it and put it into yeast cells. And once the yeast cells picked up the poem and we were able to verify this, we made wine from it. So essentially this process, and I have some photos. So this was the poetry infused yeast. And then eventually we grew the yeast so that we had enough of it to make wine. And I'm not a great winemaker, so definitely and I'm not also a very proficient microbiologist at all by any means. So I did make a bunch of mistakes that I'm not gonna go into it for sake of time. But of course, this process, I learned a lot too. But eventually we were able to kind of have enough yeast to make a batch of wine. And once the wine was made, essentially we had this kind of concept that had turned or materialized into a poetry-infused bottle of wine. Now, from a poetic perspective, especially a Sufi poetic perspective, as I mentioned, the concept of wine is often present in poetry, but there's a lot of debate to this day around, is this a metaphor? Do they refer to spiritual wine or do they refer to material wine? And sometimes in the poetry, it's also contradictory. So there's a long debate. So in a way, this is kind of a response, not an answer to this question, of course, but it's a way to kind of raise more questions around what does it mean to kind of have some sort of poetic concept that actually materializes, embodied. So the next step here, of course, the challenge with bioart, especially on a DNA level, is how to visualize it beyond the wine. So I have a colleague, Tajid de Carvalho, who's at also UMBC at the Center of Imaging, and she has access to these very sophisticated microscopes that I don't know how to use, but she was able to use and kind of create these images. And she did some manipulations with the colors to make it easier to see and also aesthetically pleasing. So it's not a scientific image in the purest sense of the word, but it is kind of an artistic image based on scientific imaging. And these actually show the yeast cells along with the grape juice sediment and some of the other stabilizing material that I had added to the wine. And we have a series of images that kind of represent or kind of visualize this process. I took these images, and this was kind of the next step, and I brought it to a composer in our university and an audio engineer. And the composer has done some work before with turning some of the information in the DNA code of COVID into musical arrangements or audio arrangements. So I knew that she wouldn't think I'm crazy if I want to create like an ambient soundtrack for this idea. And so she composed an audio soundtrack that had a recitation of the poem with my voice and then some other musical arrangements that were added to it and some specialization so that the audio could be kind of placed in a space, and also the Morse code were present in this audio. Once we had this all the multisensory elements present, we kind of did some exhibition design, and we decided that this project should be exhibited at the community lab. And this is the place where I think that the idea of having this type of art projects that are not really, it's like art science projects that are hybrid, kind of bring together, and I'm sure that this community is familiar with these type of configurations through bioart and biodesign, where multiple aspects of exploration kind of come together in an experience. We wanted to explore what is the impact and what is the basically the power, the ability of this experience to engage multiple participants. So far, I mean, during COVID, it's been really challenging to exhibit any of this, but we were able to do small scale exhibits, one at Bugs, the same community lab that really this project took place and is housed there. And that's the photo on the right. And one at UMBC's, my university's musical department, the one on the left. And so far, some of the things we found is that by bringing the project into the community lab, we were able to kind of attract people who were not usually would come to a community lab. So it was a Saturday night. A lot of people came through reading a newsletter about art, and some people came because they wanted to see what's the event at in the community lab. And so we had a really interesting kind of mix of people, and we took some time to talk with the participants there, and they had a lot of thoughts around some of the aesthetics and some of the conceptual pieces in the work. Similarly, at the university, we were able to kind of create this more meditative space that you see we had a little bit more control over the lighting and the audio qualities of the room we were working with. But in each case, the piece kind of has to adapt to the environment. And I think that's one of the things that's really important in kind of community engagement projects, is that the efforts that we're doing have to adapt, have to kind of respond to the environment or the places that they're situated in, they're going to kind of be exposed to. And so I have a lot of more thoughts to say about this, but I don't want to take too much time, and I want to just kind of I have a very big list of people to thank here, and that's kind of shows the people who really worked a lot on this project. And as you see from the list, the group is also very interdisciplinary. So we have people from biology, imaging, audio, composition, and exhibition design, and also my students who are doing research work on this project. All coming together, and we're hoping in the future to bring this to more spaces to see what type of responses we can get from audiences. Okay, I'm gonna stop there.
Thank you, Fuad. That was fantastic. Poetry infused yeast wine. It's a little bit of a mind blow. You always have surprises. Love how you're using this as an access point for community and bugs. Thank you for sharing that. And so next up we have Kathy Chen, who it's my absolute pleasure to hand it over to you. Do you want me to advance the slides? Or
yeah.
do you, okay, I will.
That would work best. Thank you.
Yep. And so I have them all up because I was taking close looks at Fuad's slides. And I'm gonna go down. Oh no, where is it? Did I go out of order? I did. And then I did something even more terrible, but we're going to begin. And so should I begin here?
Yes. Okay, well, hi everybody. My name is Kathy, and I am the co-founder and current executive director for the Fab Lab located in El Paso, Texas. So for those of you guys who may not be familiar with El Paso, we are situated very geographically uniquely at the intersection of 3 states, Texas, New Mexico, and the state of Chihuahua in Mexico. And then of course, we are also in a in a binational environment right on the border between US and Mexico. So it is a very unique and multicultural place to be, but as many of you might already know, it's sometimes not so easy being on the border or the frontera, because you are kind of in a very centrist way of organizing resources. Our state capital is Austin, and most of the wealth and resources are kind of aggregated in Eastern Texas. So Western Texas is a little bit sometimes left out of those conversations and those resources. And we serve a very underrepresented and under resourced community. So Fab Lab El Paso, a little bit about the organization. We are the first community makerspace in West Texas, and we opened our doors in 2014. And at the time in 2014, it was a very different landscape than it is today in terms of economic opportunities and conversations around workforce development and industry. At the time in 2014, we were the only community makerspace. The closest one was, I believe, Q Labs in Albuquerque. And in Texas itself, I think you had to pretty much go towards the Permian Basin to find another makerspace, and it wasn't a public one, it was nested within a university. So we had, when you looked at a map of, you know, all of the Fab Labs in North America, you definitely saw that there was a little bit of a gap or a black hole for the West Texas region. And me and my husband, we, you know, moved to El Paso, where he is from, and we decided to bring a community makerspace to the region, a little bit out of selfishness, because we have always been members of different makerspaces in North Carolina, in New York, in Tokyo. And so moving to El Paso, we wanted to, you know, be immersed in the same opportunities and experiences that we have always been familiar with. And, you know, and so that was kind of our rationale for starting Fab Lab. Since then, it's, you know, snowballed a little bit. We did also launch the first mobile Fab Lab in the Southwest United States in 2018. And unfortunately, the pandemic has really, you know, kind of just stifled the momentum around the mobile unit. The mobile Fab Lab is essentially a retrofitted bus, 24-seater bus that, you know, that we kind of gutted out the insides, and we put all of these desktop and, you know, mobile carts, and we filled the bus with digital fabrication and STEM learning kits. And we would drive the bus out to different areas, schools and communities, to really bring the makerspace experience to, you know, rural and semi-rural communities in our region, such as, you know, San Elizario or like Horizon or Canutillo. These are all kind of the peripheral counties around El Paso, Texas. And there is, you know, a serious lack of access to quality, you know, out of school time learning for these students. And we are also the first binational Fab Lab partnership on the US-Mexico border. So in 2016, I want to say, we helped Fab Lab Juarez. Juarez is the city that's right across the border from El Paso, and you know, you may have heard it mentioned in the news. It has gained a little bit of notoriety in like the late, you know, 2000s and or early 2000s, late 90s for a lot of the cartel violence. And we did partner with you know, the individuals who wanted to start a makerspace there as well, and we helped them with setting up their equipment and, you know, and getting officially kind of registered as a Fab Lab within the greater Fab Foundation and Fab Network out of MIT Media Lab as well. Okay, so you can advance to the next slide, Justice, please. So talking a little bit about our strategy for engagement in STEM, and more specifically on, since we are, you know, at the Bio Summit, I wanted to, you know, really hone in on our initiatives that deal with, you know, biotechnology, medical devices, assistive devices, and, you know, and bio learning in general. It's been a very uphill battle for us, you know, trying to get any kind of engagement whatsoever in STEM. And oftentimes, as a lot of the educators in, you know, this room and at this conference know, STEM is not always equally distributed between the 4 letters, right? When a lot of administrators or, you know, corporate engagement personnel talk about supporting STEM, what they're really supporting is just the T and the E. And there's an overwhelming focus on technology and on engineering, mainly robotics. And with technology, it's almost always, you know, computer science and coding. There's very few real like initiatives to fund and support mathematics and the sciences. For us, it's, you know, we try our best to also, you know, incorporate some workshops that do explore topics that aren't as popular in makerspaces, such as astronomy and biology, and with a very healthy dose of art, which I'll talk a little bit about a little later. But one of our core strategies for engagement is to provide experiences and workshops that create a kind of civic engagement within STEM learning. So what that really means is we try to look at problems that exist within our community, and we, you know, try to isolate what some of those pain points might be, you know, that's endemic to our region or endemic to the community that we serve here, which is a majority Hispanic population. I believe the demographics of El Paso is well over 75% Hispanic. So we, you know, we definitely try to look through the lens of the community when we think about how to engage learning in a way that is civic and sustainable. The second strategy is always to try and promote collaboration over competition. One of my favorite kind of, you know, I like to throw shade sometimes at robotics competitions because I think they're a little overrated, and I think that they you know, it's one form of performing knowledge, and I think that it creates a culture when you look at robotics competitions that's overwhelmingly, you know, driven by young men, and it's incredibly competitive, and it doesn't really serve much of a purpose other than to just, you know, flex your nerdiness. It doesn't create any value add for the community. But that is oftentimes, right, like the only real opportunity for students to engage in STEM in the schools is joining a robotics club. So we try to create like a counter narrative or a counterpoint to that, you know, that competition driven mode of teaching and learning. And we prioritize collaboration and, you know, and kind of like team thinking, team dynamics. We also focus a lot on experience design, and that's in part due to my own background. I was very interested in, you know, user experience design and user research, and I tried to incorporate that aspect of, you know, approaching a problem or, you know, creative problem solving always through the lens of the human user who is going to be interfacing and experiencing whatever you know, design and whatever product you create. And of course, being a makerspace, our primary, you know, kind of pathway that we're pushing the students towards is the prototyping, the product development and prototyping pathways. So really, you know, again, design thinking from ideation to prototype, and then iterative design. So, you know, testing, tweaking, and then testing again. And last but not least, we have increasingly in the recent few years have been more focused on data and impact analysis. And that's not just for, you know, our nonprofit and for like creating an analysis of the impact of our program, but for the students to also take a data-driven approach to, you know, what is the impact of my project? What is the impact of, you know, this XYZ thing that I have created? One of my, I think one of my favorite things to always bring up to ruffle some feathers is, you know, as someone who runs a community makerspace, I'm probably one of the few people who is just, I extremely dislike making for the sake of making. I think that we have way too many makerspaces in the US that just tells kids that, you know, go and print Yoda heads on the 3D printers. I mean, sure, that is a really, you know, great kind of starting point for someone who is completely new, but I think that we need to, you know, in this day and age, in light of disruptions to the global supply chain and, you know, the crisis around climate change and plastic pollution, we really need to create a paradigm shift, you know, where we make with purpose and we make with sustainability in mind, and we don't just print a bunch of plastic crap that's going to end up, you know, in a landfill somewhere. So all of that is, you know, these are some of just the kind of driving, underlying principles to a lot of the programming in STEM that we do. Okay, can we go to the next slide, please? So to give you guys, you know, I know that that was a lot of like just broad strokes, like philosophy stuff. I wanted to highlight some of the programs that, you know, that we have launched out of Fab Lab El Paso that utilizes these principles. And these are all programs that create some kind of engagement and problem solving for the community. The first is our Assistive Device Challenge, which is a global competition from Autodesk and Print Lab. And we have about 25 students that participated last year, and they all created some kind of assistive device using 3D printing to solve daily life challenges for someone with arthritis, or someone who might have been born with a limb deficiency, or just solving a problem for COVID, like a little hook to open doors so that you wouldn't have to touch a door handle with your hands. The next is a Nurse Innovator program that was funded by Workers Lab in San Francisco. And it is a binational program where we engaged 10 frontline medical workers who are on their way to developing a product that would solve a challenge that they face in the workplace. So it really, runs the gamut there, from physical devices to licensing and certification tracking apps. It's a really wide range, and I'm just going to speed up a little bit because I know that I'm kind of going over my time. We have a digital transformation for nonprofit internship where we connect high school first generation college-bound high school students with digital skills that they get training on, and then we connect them with a local United Way nonprofit to do a digital transformation internship where they launch a digital campaign for the nonprofit. Kind of solves a skilling issue. It solves, like the internship model is really, really great. Is when you can, plug in students with workforce skills to nonprofits who are usually under-resourced and underfunded and badly, in need of a digital transformation. And last but not least, another program I wanted to highlight was our collaboration with Microsoft and Mark Cuban Foundation for an artificial intelligence bootcamp. And for that one, it was especially relevant because one of the human interest stories that came out of that was this one young man who, like many of the semi-rural and rural children, have to help their, family run a farm. And for him, they bought a piece of land and, they were essentially, ranchers. And he was using what he learned in the artificial intelligence bootcamp to try and code a kind of computer vision and a machine learning app that would be able to recognize predators on his plot of land so that he can protect his livestock. And it's, just absolutely like a fantastic a project that came from that. And then if you will just fast forward to the next slide, I'll be very quick. This is kind of something that Fuad has kind of touched upon in his amazing presentation. So I won't dwell too much on this, but absolutely I echo his sentiment that art is just a universal kind of way to engage the community and engage non-subject matter experts to really, lower the barrier to entry that a lot of people feel. There's, these cultural barriers that people feel that they don't belong in this world of science and technology because they, are traditionally part of cultures and communities that haven't been included in the, tech economy or the science economy. And for us at Fab Lab, we also, utilize this idea of really focusing on soft skills over hard skills. And I know it's a bit of a controversial point, but it kind of goes back to what I was saying before with the robotics competitions. It's really just one way of measuring mastery over a skill. But for us at Fab Lab, we really, value those soft skills just as much, if not more. The ability to, empathize with the user, the ability to collaborate with team members, and the leadership roles that it creates within the shared dynamics of collaboration between students. These are incredibly valuable, and I think these are underrepresented, like within the world of STEM learning and teaching. We like to value creativity over empiricism, and we like to make sure that there's differentiated experience for everyone that's participating, and that everyone is able to really bring what they are good at to the table and feel that they're a valued member of a team. And we also design around cultural relevance, which is something I mentioned before with, looking at problem solving through the lens of the community. Okay, and then my last slide. So some of the inclusive STEM program highlights that we have done in the past, and most of these were sponsored actually by the Museums and Cultural Affairs Department of the city of El Paso, which really goes to show you how, some of these more democratized ways of engaging community members in bio learning and science learning doesn't come from the corporations and foundations. It comes from, the museums and the cultural organizations who are interested in these intersectional learning experiences. So we have done Petri dish painting with the kids with, biofluorescent bacteria. We've grown mycelium planters, and one of my favorite was neural visualizations, where we used an EEG headset to monitor brainwaves and then create a digital painting using the input from participants, from the students who are part of the workshop. We did a very ethically questionable workshop called Remote Controlled Humans, which, please, I hope we don't get in trouble for with the legal departments. But it's essentially a myoelectric sensor that we, showed the kids. We attached it to an adult, of course, and the children were able to use an EEG headset to trigger the electric shocks to the muscle. So in a sense, you were able to use your mind to make someone's fingers, twitch. And it was mind-blowing to the children. And we, had a great conversation about the ethics behind biology and artificial intelligence and, what it means to be human, cyborg. And it was just fantastic. And last but not least, this year, we're launching a new workshop, which is a VR telemedicine workshop. It's called Dr. Gadgets, but essentially it's just, trying to stay relevant with the times and help students prepare for potential futures where, everything will be remote and things will be done at a distance. And so really getting them engaged in a really multidisciplinary way of learning, like 3D printing and VR and 3D modeling in a 360 environment using co-spaces. So I'm really excited to see what the response is of the students for this new workshop. And that is all I have to say. And I'm sorry I went over the time by a lot.
Thank you so much, Kathy, for this really incredible work and for a El Paso foray into the community here. I'd be remiss not to admit an oversight on my part as well, which is that we had a fourth presenter that I irresponsibly forgot about, Brianna Martin, who does really incredible work with BioGEM. Well, we won't be able to cover that talk because of time. In fact, I thought we had the whole hour, but we don't. We will make sure to share her contact information, slide deck, using some of our social media outlets. And so without further ado, I'd like to introduce Leon Elcock to wrap us up here. Leon? Should I go to your slides? is, oh, okay. Should I advance your slides?
Which slide are you on? All
I'm
right, yeah,
on-
we can start there.
Okay, perfect.
So yeah, basically at my time with Ginkgo, I conceptualized the idea of cyan collar jobs. Basically, people with these roles make bio-based products in industries transitioning from extraction. And it's basically to, like I made this distinction in order to basically put in an expectation that that the way that our synthetic biology industry will develop will be inherently different, that we will change and evolve from extraction holistically, not just making technology that isn't sourced from like the environment in the same way that fossil fuels are, but we actually move forward and no longer try to extract wealth, labor, and time from our communities as well in our like enterprises. So yeah, basically the synthetic biology industry is sharing the same pool of workers as traditional biomanufacturing industries like biopharma and new ones like cell and gene therapy. And we're really going to hit a wall, it seems like, because most of the funding and energy is being funneled towards new startup growth, but not the supporting infrastructure to supply those startups with workers. So being like workforce intermediaries, like a lot of the people in this group and their organizations are. So I basically compared this to this method of hiring using recruiters and staffing agencies as an intermediary rather than like educational bodies. I compare this to buying goods from a grocery store or like a supermarket, the way that they expect it to be on demand and ready with little to no training required. So during my time at Ginkgo, I developed a handbook where I came up with some recommendations on how the industry can better engage with community and workforce intermediaries in order to improve their workforce ecosystems. And so basically, I call these community gardens to emphasize the fact that a highly skilled workforce is a community and public good, and rather than something that would just benefit like one organization. So would you go forward? So thinking about workforce as a catalyst and a public good, I'll unpackage more about the supermarket model. So using biopharma as a canary in the coal mine, I looked at the workforce data in mature bioeconomies such as North Carolina, which has one of the most concentrated biomanufacturing sectors in the United States. And the high turnover rates, aging workforce, poaching, like pretty much everyone has a bachelor's degree. There's not very much diversity of background going into these positions. And it has become a foot in the door role for the bachelor's degrees who want to pursue further education or pivot into a designer or engineer role. So companies are having difficulty forming effective, experienced operating teams for the manufacturing operations. So with that in mind, I had my handbook for Ginkgo, and basically it was a bunch of different practices on how they can engage better with workforce intermediaries. So basically my question for us is like, if they call, how will we show up and answer that call? So do you go to the next slide? So for missions for the 22nd century, I was really thinking about how we need to aim like uncompromisingly high with the goals and standards that we have for ourselves and these like cyan collar jobs that we're trying to create with these technologies. And basically multi-solving is at the core of this. And that's an idea that was conceptualized by Dr. Elizabeth Sawin. She works at this think tank, Climate Interactive. And multi-solving, it means like designing solutions from the outset that has the idea to solve multiple problems, which is vital to science collar jobs because we're simultaneously trying to tackle the issues of inequality of like wealth and income and like job privilege, and also like climate change at the same time, and like sustainability and really changing our material cultures. So I think it will be important when we're picking the missions and the goals and principles of our like organizations that we can keep in mind how they align with the needs of the communities that we exist within. So the next two slides are the missions and principles of organizations that are championing struggles that I think are worth allying ourselves with. So the first one's Allied Media Group. They're a really cool organization. They basically support media-based organizing in all forms. So in their definition, media-based organizing it's a combination of art, technology, and media in order to bring about a more creative and just world that we would like to live in. And they have like a number of different programs. One, they have an annual conference similar to this. It's in Detroit, Michigan. They have a speakers bureau that streamlines the process of getting in contact with the movement builders that are part of that community. And they also have a sponsors project program, which is really cool because that has funded and provided administrative support for around 150 different organizations, which they span the range from an organization called Survived and Punished, which organizes they organize to help campaigns to free women who have been they've been convicted for defending themselves from things like domestic violence and sexual assault. And there's other organizations like Emergent Strategy, which really inspired me with this project, where a bunch of non-scientists basically try to learn as much as they can from nature and embody that into their movements, which I think is really important. So can we go to the next slide? So yeah, this is the Transition Network, and this is very similar to, I think their principles are very similar to the ones in this community. And they basically organize an international network of transition hubs and transition groups globally. Basically, transition hubs support the transition groups throughout a region, and they work locally to enact positive change. And there's about 1,000 of those groups, and their whole aim is to switch to alternative economies based on the thousands of experiments the member groups generate. So if you go to the next slide. So basically, this is like curricula for the 22nd century that I think would be good. There's various different levels. You can find more information about this on my website that I can link after this. But basically, they range from like personal level with interpersonal ways to deal with climate and like systems thinking, all the way up to like an economic and like society level training and ideas we could teach about that could radically change the like development of the industry created by the people that we teach. We go to the next slide. And lastly, so if we start from the stance that technology won't save the world, then tech workers won't either, then like how are we progressing our like processes and practices so that we can consider how limited we each are in our, due to the fact that we're in a greater context. And like we need day jobs at institutions that might not be supportive of the values that we have a community in our movement embody. So like I really think that it would be important to reflect on like what steps we're taking to educate, like in support of other struggles, like what visions of the future we're creating and how we're expanding our range to achieve these visions. I really think that will be important to think about as we continue our educational efforts. Thanks.
Thank you, Leon. Every time I hear from you, I feel like I'm taking a peek into the future. You know, I hoped that this would unfold as a fireside chat, but I mean, as most of you probably felt, I was really enthralled by a lot of the conversation that was happening, or at least in the chat and through the presentations. And so with that, I'll close the session and ask that you go to the nucleus where David is sending me all kinds of messages to have folks head over as we close the evening. But I really appreciate all of your perspectives. Again, Brianna Martin is someone we should have heard from, but through my oversights, we didn't. And so we'll work to figure out a way to bring that to you all ahead. Brianna, please, I'm sorry. And maybe do you want to say a word or two before we wrap up?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Brianna. I'm a undergrad at Stanford, and I'm here on behalf of BioJam, which is a program in the Greater Bay Area that engages youth through bioengineering and biodesign practices. And I'm really excited to just share about the work that we've been doing here. And I'm also accompanied by Paloma, if you'd like to share.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Paloma. I use she, her pronouns. I'm also undergrad at Stanford. I'm also the co-VP of BioJam. And unfortunately, we didn't get to share with you more about BioJam, but please let us know if you're interested about learning more. Hopefully in the future, we can share out a little bit more about what BioJam does and the work that we do here. Thank you.
Really great. What I'm going to do is share in the chat a link to our Flipgrid that goes into the proceedings along with your abstracts and presentations. The password is microbes rule with a capital M, and there you can each contribute a short clip describing who you are and your work. Thank you everyone for joining us here. Please head over to the nucleus where we're going to close up with David. Bye.